Greetings and good time zone. I hope people are doing well today. I hope people are doing better than I am. I feel like crap. But that won't stop me from streaming. Oh yeah. All saving throws against fire-based effects. I think I'm going to put this on Drezen. Because usually I think the saving throws are fortitude based, and he doesn't have much in the way of that. I do want to sell some stuff as well. I don't think I'm ever going to use the two-handed great axe on anyone. This could be funny to have on someone though. Don't think I'm going to use that. Definitely not going to use that. Scythe. We keep that around, and that. So I'll sell that. Why have I got this in here? Falcata I'll sell. Flail of False Hope. I'm not sure I'm going to have any. I'm going to keep the +2 weapons, I think. That only deals damage on a crit, extra damage on a crit, so I'll sell that. Sell you. That could be pretty good, depending on who I have in my party. It's just extra damage. I'll keep it for now. Does Radiant do 1d6? Extra damage. Collapse. It's an AoE, that's pretty fun. Sell you. I'm going to keep, where is it, Tyranny of Mind, because that's a +2 weapon. It's a +3, I'm keeping that for definite. Keep that. I'll keep you. That's a lot of damage. Wait. When a vicious weapon strikes an opponent, it creates a flash of disruptive energy that resonates between the opponent and the wielder. This energy deals an extra 2d6 points of damage to the opponent and 1d6 points of damage to the wielder. I'm going to sell you. Ooh, that's pretty good. I'm saving you, and then I'm selling you. I'm going to put the unbending armor away. And I'll bring protection. Yeah, definitely means I can kill myself. Also, welcome in Jimmy Rhea. Or Raya. I want to put... Actually, no, I'll give that away to someone. Okay. I got a DLC, so I have a Sovereign Dragon. I may take that because my character is the skill monkey. I'll put that on Camellia. Where did it go? There. You're not carrying too much. Oh no, I'll put it on Regil because he's not carrying a lot. Although he's carrying a lot. Wait, what? Oh, he's exhausted. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I want anything else sold. I don't think so. I'm saving the Silky Veil just because I won't have anyone to wear it just yet. If at all. But I'd like to keep it. Okay. Let's go and sell these. Let's show me what you have. Book sell and then sell. Oh, I never put. Oh, did I? No, I did put Tyranny of the Mind away. Oh, I want to keep the double axe. We're only a +1, +1. Sell because it's vicious. +1. Sell. Because I need money. Do you have any price? Anything else I would like? Don't think so just yet. Yeah, because Regil has better than that. Okay. And then... Nope. That's what I want to do. I'm going to go and put this away. Because I've missed it. Fairly sure I'm not going to use it on anyone, but may as well keep it. Quick save. Rest. What does it? Sure I have. Yeah, I have a better check. Why does it automatically put... Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Let's craft a potion. It's nice to have spare lesser restoration potions. Let's do that. Who helps? Those, because they're always useful. I can't fail to check. Begin resting.
If you weren't an able healer, Noble, I would vote to have you expelled from the party.
Fortunately, no one is holding such a vote.
Darren is such an asshole and it's great. Okay, time to march on Drezen. This will be fun. Actually, I never checked if there's anyone outside anymore. Because I think the storyteller is gone until I take Drezen. Which honestly, I'm okay with. You have anything new to say? Nope. Okay. Let's go and take Drezen. I can go to the... Actually, I haven't talked to these in a while. Oh, they're still working on it. Okay. Gonna do a hard save. Ooh, Drezen. And I'm gonna keep this party as is. Yeah. I like this party. It's a change from what I normally have, because I normally have like LAN, and I don't use Regil usually, but I wanted to change things up. Just casually walking through the flaming arrows. I don't know how many of us will survive this day. I don't know whether I will, but I know one thing for sure. Today, with the tip of the sword in Iomede's hand, dead or alive, we will rip out the fangs of the abyss. To arms, Fomenda, Focadabras. Fine words, Commander Tirabade, and now, to arms! Dead or alive, we're going to win. Onward, attack! Oh, what's this? Loot, you say? Okay.
Retreat is not an option.
Probably both. To sort out the giants. Oh, you would hit me and only me. Yeah, let's do this. I need to start buffing people. So we get, you have the braces of armor +2, you don't. Give you that. You can enlarge person on her. You can bless. You can do nothing. You can do nothing. Once per day. Oh, yeah. I really should have checked what he has. Oh, damn. Did not realize he had that. I should have been checking things a lot sooner. But you have a large person as well. That's good. Oh. So it's gonna last for enough. Where are you all going? Yeah. Okay.
Hesitation is a waste of time.
You have physical flow. You have dex. You have nothing. You have constitution.
Everything has a price. Inimosi pravisi. Inimos
I welcome your company.
pravisi.
Adayan. Ona, aday.
Oh, right. I also forgot.
Una adayana.
Okay, I think I'm suitably buffed now. Bingo for a Wilson. Oh, Wills is actually with us.
Always watch your back.
I want to try and clear up to the giants. Ooh. Hello. It's unfortunate. Web.
We'll make things right.
Nauseated. Stupid web. There we go. This one, there's a there, athletics. To the roof.
Have I pleased you?
Yes, you have. Now, if we could just get nobility.
Ah, not this time.
Use one of these. See, he has a lot going for him for that. Try again.
I am helpful.
Cute.
Am I not?
Kneel before me.
I want to get up to the wall first, though,
Anything for you.
because I want to take out the giants.
I'll cut you wide open.
I'm fairly sure the giants are up here somewhere. There's a babao in the wall. Oh no, they're down there.
Save the last one for me.
Out of my sight!
This kill is for you. Remember my name, Wenduag.
Didn't want to take the shield, but whatever. People Squall, two-handed great axe. Ooh, thundering. That is pretty good. Okay, that goes to the outside. This goes to the balcony, I think it said. Right, that's just where I was. Well, there's an athletics check there. Oh, I can jump across to there.
Don't even try to gloat.
Really? Oh, it's DC 28. Need to roll a 12. Why did Darren try an athletics check? Or is it because Wendell was prone?
Rules are made to be broken.
Magrigium Purium.
I hate the heals sometimes.
Magrigium Turino.
Your serious wounds does more than cure critical wounds. Come on, Wendu.
Stupid thing.
Below a 10.
Careful now.
Oh, skip the pleasantries. I shine in all endeavors, even failed ones.
That's easy.
Go up here instead. To get some
I won't
XP
let you
for
hurt
the
my
checks.
friends.
-1 level automatic. Oh, the Nabasu.
They'll
either there-
beg me to stop.
Thank you for amusing me.
Precisely.
See a summoning circle.
Now what is that? I will fight.
Bombs do I have left? Let's not do that.
Cover me!
Wow. Hello there.
Graveyard Keeper's Helmet. +2 bonus to AC against undead creatures.
Always watch your back.
What is down here? Oh no, it won't let me look properly down here. Nothing, I can't go that way. Fair enough. Oh, this is probably where I come in a different direction.
I'm sure they mean us no harm, right?
This one's mine.
No match for me.
Great for Darren. is where I came from. Okay.
I'll tear your throat out!
God, phantasmic purification.
Magritio, Turinos. Magritio.
This war must end.
Of course, you only get one back.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
He rolled minimum on his cure. Right, to get up to here, take out the giants.
You'll make a fine trophy.
I will see to your demise.
That
Oopsie. Temporary camp, that means I can camp, I think. So I thought I saw the ash giants had killed Tuba Bao. Usually just sell him everything during the fight. Deal. For a short rest. No, I'm good for now.
Stab their backs.
Tear your throat out!
At least try to entertain me.
the spirits demand your blood.
Press the attack.
Precision and grace.
There's something to pick.
I hope you appreciate this.
What?
That's
Normally I leave the armor. But since he's right here, right, something was spotted. Or was it what I just looted? No, that can't have been it. Unless maybe it's this. What Nora told me. Yeah, I'm in the Citadel now. But I want to clear the surface. Oh, hello,
I'll
Prophet of
loot your
Baphomet.
corpse.
Retreat is not an option. Careful now.
I'll make short work of this.
One thing I do want to do, where are you? Communal. So it lasts 10 minutes per level. So I've got 128 minutes with it.
Be there, Ormos.
Precisely.
Give me all the loot. Also, you need that back.
Ona,
Missed me already.
Adayana.
Adayana. Ona, Adayana.
I always have the upper hand.
Oran, Center.
Always watch your back.
I guess we go this way. Though I
Time to rob them of their treasures.
Path Fiend Furious Minotaur.
You are nothing before me.
You are today's sacrifice!
When do I go down? Is this where we meet? I think this is where we meet her. I think she's there. Usually, there she is. Pick the lock then.
Kneel
Let's
before
have
me.
some fun.
I took a cave slug for a bow. You'll make a fine trophy.
You want to gobble me up, demons? I'll gobble you up myself.
All is for you!
Wand of Knight's Braces. Ooh.
The heartbeat quickens. Surrender or else!
They're damaged steel key. Okay, too late. Let me die in peace. Are you going to turn into a ghoul or something?
I welcome your company.
Magritio, Turi.
Nothing, I guess.
Careful now.
Okay. Talk to her. She's trying to pick the
You
lock.
are a crusader, right? Did you come to free Drezen? My name is Arushale.
Ruby eyes watch you cautiously from behind the iron bars. A woman with a delicate face, horns on her forehead, and broad wings behind her back is trying to unlock the door with her long nails. Noticing you, she stops and raises her hand timidly in a greeting. You recognize her voice. It's the woman who came to you in the vision in Desna's desecrated chapel. The woman who tried to warn Canabras of the impending demon attack. I recognize you. We talked in a vision in the destroyed chapel, remember?
Yes, but I didn't see any chapel. To me, you were here, in this cell. You look different, but I do recognize your voice. Now I see. It was you, but in another form. That night you came to my prison, you looked like a beautiful, radiant Azata.
That's what I'm gonna be. Who are you?
Your eyes do not deceive you. I am a demon. But I swear, I fight the forces of the Abyss, just like you. Desna helped me understand how disgusting the life of a succubus is. For the last few years, I've been passing the demon's plans to the Crusaders and running sabotage operations. I even tried to warn Canabras of the attack. That's what got me locked in this cage.
A repentant demon. Of course. Don't tell me you believe a single word from her filthy lips.
You shut your mouth. Why should I believe a demon?
You have no reason to trust me. I am a succubus, which means no matter how believable my words are, all of them could be a sweet lie. Even if I swear by Desna that I'm on your side, it would be wiser not to trust me. But I am not trying to lead you to evil. I won't promise an easy way to defeat the demons and then lead you into a trap. I am not offering any deals. I only ask for one thing. Let me out of this prison. I will leave and never bother you again.
Didn't you try to warn the people of Canabras about the attack?
Yes, that was me. Ever since I went over to the Crusaders' side, I've been sending them information about the demon's plans. Sadly, my warnings didn't help save Canabras.
You thought I was an Azata in the vision?
Yes, first I heard a tune, a hymn to freedom within these oppressive walls. And then I saw you. You were glowing like the herald of Elysium. It was so amazing that I couldn't help but cry. Now I recognize your face. You look different, but still, you're the liberator who visited me when I was frightened and lonely.
Good, requires a Zata mythic path. Sing the Song of Elysium. Well, damn. Rushley joins in and your voices sing in unison. You see something you've never seen on Demon's face before. Pure, radiant joy.
Elysium. That song? That hymn of freedom? It's the only thing that helped me survive among the demons. My light in this dungeon.
Okay. I see a spark of the light of Elysium in you. You are beautiful. Please don't run away. Come with me, or I will have to search for you till the day I die just to see that beauty again. I don't know if she wants to hear that, because she's a repentant succubus. Screw it.
Yes. All right, I'll stay.
The succubus looks at you stunned. In her eyes you see a mixture of fear, hope, and something completely unnatural to demons. Something fragile and tender, making her remarkably similar to a mortal. The awkward thing is I'd want to replace myself. think I'm going to replace Ember for now. So. Oh, right. So she's basically the version of Lindsay from Kingmaker. She can never truly die. I need to check what ability she has again. I think she's like a slayer or an espionage expert. She's a ranger, duh. Shot, rapid shot, deadly aim, listed shots. Precise shot, many shot. So she doesn't have weapon focus, I don't think. Hang on. How do I spell her name again? Yeah, I thought it was Aru Chalet. Okay. Time you miss an enemy with a ranged weapon attack, your aim improves, giving you a stacking +1 bonus on attacks. And each successful hit lessens it by 1. It's melee attacks. Melee attacks. So I think I keep cleaving shot. And then probably the bigger they are next time. Deadly aim mythic. That's. I think I gave rapid shot mythic.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
Yeah, she's not doing anywhere near as much damage. She just doesn't have the strength. Which means... Aaron, sorry. Baruchele needs a belt. Okay, so now she's doing +11 damage. She only has a normal composite longbow +2. Keen composite longbow. I think that's what I give her. It's a composite short bow, so it's dealing less damage. Oh, hang on. Quarry. You have that, I think. The wearer of this ring shoots an enemy engaged in melee combat and hits. He actually has better damage with this. She's going to be going to 30 feet anyway. Speaking of which, I need to set that point blank. So the short bow is actually decent. I think 13 to 18, 12 to 19. So it's much closer targeting. And that's 19 to 20. Vito's precise shot. She just doesn't have weapon focus abilities. Demons. If she got weapon focused longbow or even shortbow, that would be great. She doesn't get a feat until level 9. Oh, she has spells I need to set. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Hurricane bow could be fun. Take the damage. Why not? And then sense vitals. So she can benefit from Dex right now. I also need to swap these two around. Actually, no, they're both going to be at the same range, so that's fine. Race. Now she should be doing plus 15s, that's good. I think that's fine for her. Okay. Let's carry on. That goes outside. I'm guessing it just goes further up behind the gates.
Crusading isn't that boring after all.
Well, this is Conjurer, Cultist, Cultist, Slayer. When do you fire there? You fire.
I will resist!
You're enough there.
This one's mine!
Your death awaits.
Out of my sight!
There's so much for greater invisibility. Oh, I can literally have just climbed up there. Fair enough. So yeah, the only reason I'm taking all of the armor this time, which I normally don't, is simply because Wilsa is there.
Precisely.
I'll tear your throat out.
Amelia's getting... Oh, she's flat-footed.
Disappear. Healing is what I was made for. Cover me!
Uh-oh. Darren, run. God, he heals so much with that.
I will see to your
Let's run
demise.
out.
Compared to his actual healing spells. Time you'd like to loot, thank you. Yeah, I think I can cleanse this part. Triumphant column erected to honour the angels of heaven who fought and died during the Crusades. Yeah, it gets rid of corruption. So I probably should have guessed.
Rip you apart!
Ooh, hello. Oh, mithril chainmail. Oh, it's medium armor, so it's actually going to be less. Wait. Less AC. Right, let's quickly go back to Wilsa. Through here. As I'm encumbered as hell, all hell. Try this athletics check. It's mobility even. Actually, God, 16, 24, 17 athletics she's weak on, but that's fine. Wilsa should be over here. Sell. Quick death. Javelin. Yeah, I'm gonna sell that. I'll keep the mithril chainmail for now. He's getting me a lot of money. I realised I can potentially
The
do
waiting's
something.
never fun.
Well, so they just took fire damage. So subject gains resist energy 10 against the type. Okay.
Ona Adayana.
There we go.
Careful now.
Problem solved. And I think this just connects through. There might be a gate though. Else there's a gate. God, you took a crap load of damage. Oh, commence the assault? No. Can go the other way. Murder. I don't know if it commenced. Come on, Wendu.
Have I pleased you?
Yes, you have. Thank you. Should have one of those shadow voters, probably. Or not. Good, patch up the wounded. When did these die? 'Cause I didn't do it. Alright.
That's easy.
I'll bathe in your blood.
My God, they do work. Oh, hello. Anyone gets stunned? Of course you got stunned, Darren. Oh,
Precisely.
I have to go the other way anyway.
Always watch your back.
Close ranks.
Remember my name. Wenduag.
Poor thing.
I can't get to that side, okay.
Careful now.
Oh, there's a secret entrance around here as well at some point. Or maybe not.
That's easy.
Okay, let's go to the Winchester and wait till this all blows over.
Rules are made to be broken.
We are running out of
Open
glasses.
your heart to me.
I think you have it though. Yeah. Also, since we don't have another heroism,
I do
or do I
things
have it?
my
No,
way.
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
You don't have it. Oh, hang on a minute. Forget that.
I'm prepared.
I'm fairly sure. I thought I had potion of heroism. I guess not.
Precisely. stab their backs.
Oh, hello. Ziggo the Gnawbone.
No match for me.
Uh-oh. Crusaders have a death wish.
Prepare yourself!
Press the attack!
What you say? B. Sure. I can just rest normally? 24. You know what? This will get Arugula her spells back, I hope. Let's actually rest. It's been so long since I was last in Cheliax, I am no longer sure I can call it my home. This means I'll have to rebuff everyone, but a Hell Knight does not need a home. My order and my purpose are enough. Failed to weaken the corruption. Damn. But it didn't go up. It was only an hour's rest. Did I get stuff back?
Fighting for a righteous cause is certainly different from a simple massacre. The
Should
former is
do.
more bloody and performed with pinkies out.
I
problem
crave
is-
your commands.
I don't have heroism anymore. Yeah, let's do this.
I will not be trifled with. Ona Adayana. Inimosi Travisi.
I'll watch your back.
Actually, I want that on you.
Ona Adayanan.
Should we proceed?
I welcome your company.
Speak with your actions, not your words.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Aborane Sendes. Ona Adayana. Ona Adayana.
Well,
It's grace.
Inimosi
Smile.
Travisi.
The world's not ending just yet.
Yeah, I'm
You
definitely
require my
missing.
what's on your
counsel.
mind? I wonder.
Wise.
Stay on your toes.
Definitely missing having heroism. So I'll need to fix that. I think Darren might be able to get it. Same spell list as
Your orders, Commander.
Ember, I think.
Inimosi Travisi.
They call my crusaders. Oh, Some of them just all
They'll beg
die.
me to stop.
Me draw the first blood.
All you're going to be doing is casting buffs. That's not going to end well for you. I think I got a strength and constitution belt. Physical might, strength and con. I'll actually give that to you. Same health. But I'm gonna leave Darren at 69 health, because I think that's funnier. Actually, though, he does need the fortitude saves. Yeah, let's do it that way around. Alchemist shirt? Alchemist, you say? That's me.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
Bond. I think because she's an espionage agent, she doesn't have quarry like normal.
Always watch your back.
Looked out of the window. Did I even
You can
cast
trust me.
that? Did I cancel the protection from alignment? 'Cause no one has it. Maybe they got dispelled, but I don't think so. Okay. Oh, I remember this. Series of athletics checks. And mobility. It's the athletics that's the problem.
Punish me for I failed.
You have a +4.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
I'm gonna cast this on her on you. Actually, no. Large person. won't do. So that should give her slightly more. She has +14 athletics. She had +13 there. So it gives her one more. Oh god damn it, Wendu. You rolled the exact same thing. I hate how it drops her prone.
Stupid thing.
Now she rolls one lower. I just need a 14.
Stupid thing.
I'm gonna reload and try this again.
Have I pleased you?
Now you have. Now I just need a Ruchelet to do it.
I've embarrassed myself.
This one I'm gonna reload, just because I'm not feeling it today. I was gonna take all of my successes and fails and skill checks on this playthrough.
I've embarrassed myself.
One off. Yes, this is save scummy, but whatever.
Please, forgive me.
It's a plus 16 to this check. I need to roll a 12.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
I know.
Careful now.
Jelfist's plus
Always
1.
watch your back.
Another mobility check. Oh, that one succeeded. And it was even higher than the one before. Oh god, another athletics check.
Punish me, for I failed.
And it's a lower athletics check than what it was to get on top of the first building.
Anything for you.
Time to rob them of their treasures.
I don't want to talk to you, I want to loot. Oh, wait. Hello, archer dudes. We're right behind you. They fall all the way down. Now I have to go down there to loot them. Because I'll do it. Yep, they fell all the way down. Except for you. Will that be close enough to get all of them? Yes.
Careful.
Close ranks.
I will resist. I'll cut you wide open. Disappear.
Uh-oh. Okay, couldn't get into range to cast the fireball.
Your orders, Commander.
That's easy.
Open another gate.
Over there.
Yes, I'm sure there was one that was trapped.
I am helpful. Am I not?
You are. Let's use a lockpick.
I hope you appreciate this.
Meteor dust. Okay.
You'll make a fine trophy.
It is not an option.
They'll beg me to stop.
Hello? It doesn't really look safe.
Cover me!
I'll rip you apart! This kill is for you. No match for me. I'll tear your throat out.
I need to loot. Hopefully Wilson has moved up. Well, wait.
I'll prove I'm the best.
Oh, I can just walk down here. Good.
Precisely.
So has Wilson moved up? Oh, that's Queen. Okay.
Always watch your back.
I need to quickly go back to the start. Oh, no. Accidentally clicked up on a rampart. I hope he's still down here. Please. He's not. Where's he moved to? Up here. I opened the gate, so that's fine. Have a quick drink while I run this way. Sell. I'm gonna sell the chainmail because it gives me a lot of money. I think we're getting close to this. Exactly the same, just weighs less. This would have been nice against the gargoyles. Anyway. Let's continue on. I'm getting close to level up. I need to quickly go back and sell again. Okay, where do I need to go? I've killed the giants, I've done all of this section. to go here to Urbath and Queen Galfrey. So where's the loot? Oh, the loot fell down, I'm guessing. Oh no, there's loot there.
I finished here. Is there more?
Lots of stuff.
I will defend my dream.
Well, that's
I will see to your demise.
unfortunate. We're all prone.
Remember my name. Wet blood.
I lost a crap load of my buffs. When? I never rested.
Well, this is inglorious.
Miss me already.
Ona Adayana.
Hope that got all of us. Yes, it did. Less.
Aborane sen.
I will not be trifled with.
Ona.
Full strength. I think I can give that to Wendy.
Inimosi Travisi. Ona Adayana.
Hesitation is a waste of time.
I am helpful, am I not?
Yep, you are. Although all the screaming and the rabble are making a hell of a lot of noise.
Careful.
Let's go into this chapel, to the temple that's been desecrated. Good morning to you as well, Memento.
That's easy.
How are you? I hope you're doing well.
The spirits demand your blood!
Well, there was more than that. Yeah,
You'll make a fine trophy.
Mad Herald.
Seems I took a cave slug for a
Your
foe.
struggles end here.
Well, he didn't last long. I can get rid of corruption or religion. Good. Long ago, in this temple, Iomede's clerics blessed the Crusaders on their way into battle against the forces of the Abyss. More loot, you say?
Precisely.
I am helpful, am I not?
Always watch your
I
back.
sense something.
Now what is that?
That is a trap.
I hope you appreciate this. The spirits guide me.
Why does that trap even go to? Oh, there.
I am helpful, am I not?
It's either us or them.
of Rocks Votary. Birdman. Just running everyone in here in case of perception checks for loot. That is definitely not a +3 chainmail.
That's easy.
I think that just leads up to another area, so let's quickly check in here. So probably should have checked here first.
They dare threaten me?
Just a single dretch? Really?
Huh?
That's more like it. Oh wow. Armor of Dispersion. And another key. Cloak of Blood Scent. Whenever the wearer of this Cloak of Resistance +2 is under a rage effect, they gain a +2 attack bonus on attack rolls against wounded enemies. Well, if anyone's gonna get enraged, I'm gonna put it on you. That means you can have this. Supplies and loot. Oh, the armor as well. Armor Dispersion. Each time an enemy confirms a critical hit against the wearer of this +2 hide armor, that enemy is affected by the equivalent of a Dispel magic spell. Yeah, I lose a crap. Ooh, actually, I can wear, I think. Where did it go? That's that one. I can't wear it. Usually could. 2014-16, 2016-14. Keep this on. Oh, she can make.
I
She
do
needs
things
cat's
my
grace.
way.
Prove my worth.
Yeah, more attack.
Precisely.
Where does this lead up to?
Let's have some fun.
Disappear.
Kneel before me.
Loot. Ooh. Oh, the Triceratops statue. I want all the pets. But let's give it to him. Once per day, this statuette allows the owner to summon a temporary Triceratops animal companion if the owner doesn't have an animal companion. It uses the owner's character level -4 as the effective druid level. Actually, I'm just going to give it to you, Chalet.
Always watch your back.
Glad I explore everywhere. Was there a way outside? No. I don't think I have any corruption, but I'm going to use this anyway. Corruption of the Abyss recedes in the face of the cleansed relic's sanctified power. I'm not going to bother climbing. Keep taking damage from it. Heavy encumbrance. Yay!
This one's mine!
Crusading isn't that boring after all.
Yeah, I hate them. Because of that. Okay, I know you're confused, like usual. 19 seconds. I want to say confusion is a compulsion effect, which is probably what I'm going to get him first. Oh, hello, I've been here before. There was definitely nothing else. I'll clear up here before I go to the main entrance.
Desna, guide my hand!
Let the duel commence.
Garachni.
Stab their backs. Precisely.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a hidden entrance as well that uses those keys that I've been collecting. And it might be up here. I thought it was here at first. It's 3 keys.
Let's have some fun!
Make your peace.
I think there's
will
3
resist.
keys that I've been
Prepare
getting.
yourself!
So is this incredibly loud for anyone else? Yeah, it's ambient. Okay. Yeah, there's the door.
What do we have here?
Scimitar of Wind. This +2 thundering, which deals an extra 1d6 points of sonic damage. Thundering Keen Scimitar grants its wielder a +1 bonus to cast the level when casting Transmutation School spells. Okay. I do kind of want to go in the main entrance though. I also want to do this.
I'll watch your back.
Aporan, sen.
Everything has a price.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Well,
You would be there.
they will not expect my strike. You are today's sacrifice!
Please don't go any closer. Can I get them to hold? Hold. I turn point blank shot off. I'm going to keep those on, and actually no, I'll keep them there. And you can have them, and you there. There, you also. Oh, you don't have point blank? Alright, I know I do.
Killing is what I was made for.
Oh, you better not. Thank God the Crusaders don't set things up, set traps off.
I am helpful, am I not?
What? I guess I missed the trap. Or did one of me? No. Failed, and it set a trap off. Oh, she disarmed. It was just another trap that I wasn't in range for. Ooh, let's extend Meta Magic Rod.
Ona Adayanam.
Speaking of gates somewhere nearby, I wonder if I have to go in here and I just misremembered to open the gates anyway. Oh, I leveled up. I leveled up. And I should probably do that before I go into the next fights. So I'm level 8. 3 level up, 9 level. Really? Let's just do that. Okay. I've been shot by one additional time. Fast bombs means I may take that, because that might mean I'm throwing like 3 bombs, potentially. I don't think I need anything else. Well, what did I get before? Improved and increased range. This could potentially be great against if I stack this up, I could work well with Nenia, I think. I kind of want the thick fog. Although neutralizing incense could be good. And affecting here. Do thick fog and Sixth energy communal is just 10 minutes. Although if I get enduring spells for people, that'll be fine. I'm gonna take Cure Serious Wounds for myself. Melia. Quickly going. I've been getting her teamwork feats. I'm not going to take this, I'm just going to... Yeah, it doesn't have that good charisma. I was thinking of setting her up with... Oh, I have taken Dazzling Display, technically. Power attack, I think, or... Persuasion 6 as well. Oh, I forgot about that. Give a precision strike and prepare it for other people. Because I definitely want... No. Let's go into Hell Knight even more, because I want this. Action. Persuasion. Yeah. I'm going to set him up as well, hopefully. The dazzling display and stuff. That's going to take a lot longer. I have weapon training stuff as well to choose. Okay. I think. Oh no. I don't. That's level 9 fighter. Okay. He needs power attack as well. He can attack with a two-handed weapon. We'll take out flank on him. Even though I really want to take something like Hammer the Gap, because he attacks so much. And take out flank because of Camellia. It means they'll get attacks of opportunity if they crit. And then I honestly need to set him up. For dazzling display and stuff like that, and dreadful carnage. Okay, let's do outflank, compulsion, and disciplines. Third level, the Hell Knight gains access to his first discipline. At 6th level, the Hell Knight gets second, 9th level, the Hell Knight is a third. When applicable, the save DC to resist the discipline's effect is equal to DC 10 plus Charisma modifier. The Hell Knight can use any one discipline a number of times per day equal to the total number of disciplines he has access to. So he can use it once per day at 3rd level. Okay. And the Hell Knight uses Smite Chaos on a creature. He can strike the creature mute for 1d4 rounds unless it succeeds at a will save. Hell Knight can use Greater Command. Except this spell affects multiple enemies in a 30-foot radius. And the activities continue beyond one round. At the start of each commanded creature's turn after the first, it gets another will save to attempt to break free from the spell. Each creature must receive the same command. So I'm guessing I can just tell them to like drop prone maybe. Hell Knight who successfully uses the persuasion skill to cause a creature within 10 feet to become shaken can instead cause that creature to become frightened. So I can use that ability. This seems like a passive on my Smite Chaos. This just seems like a passive ability, not a used ability. As a free action, a Hell Knight increases his base speed by 10 feet and gains a +4 bonus to his strength for 1 round. If the Hell Knight is mounted, these bonuses also apply to his mount. Okay. Pentamic Faith. Okay. This is a lot. 30-foot race auras plus 4 bonus against effects that inflict the fatigued or exhausted condition. Single charisma check. So basically just the cleric stuff. Shackle. Can get this. It's as if by slow. Okay. The Hell Knight can summon a creature to aid him in battle as if using a summon monster spell, save that the summoned creature lingers for 1 hour before vanishing. The Hell Knight can summon a wolf or a Hellhound at 9th level. That can make a touch attack as a standard action to cause a creature to suffer incredible pain. Creature touch takes damage equal to 1d6 plus the Hell Knight's charisma modifier. And must succeed as a will save or become staggered. I kind of want to take Fearsome, but Tracker getting in. A wolf seems really low level though. I'm going to take Fearsome. Darren. Oh, he has another one. Use magic device. I gave him a bunch of extra channels. God. Why did I do that? May take this. Well, I could take persuasive. To give him more perception and persuasion. Power shield proficiency. No, thank you. He would barely be able to carry that. I should probably give him spell pen, maybe. I never know what to give Darren. I may quickly look up Darren Build Guide for Oracle. Just to see what people have him as. Okay. So yeah, I probably may rebuild Darren off stream at some point and do one of these builds. Yeah, let's get him Spell Pen. Spell Pen. Right. He doesn't have access to... Oh, not yet, at least. Let's... Getting that Owl's Wisdom for now. For himself. Per level, 1 minute per level. Potentially only be active for 1 attack. I may just take this, honestly, since I've gotten Spell Pen. It doesn't last as long as I would like it to, but eh. Probably just gonna take Death Ward. Okay, that's nice. Wenduag, Fighter, Perception, Athletics. I always look at this and I never take any of it. You get weapon training anyway. I get weapon training. I wonder if taking out flank would be good. Let's quickly check something. Wrath of the Righteous can ranged characters at rank. I think they can. I don't think you can get outflank. So I think... I'm going to take clustered shots. Oh god. Sorry for this, and the music. Does this take any teamwork feats? Don't think it does. Okay. I'm damaged. I might take armed bravery. So I think she doesn't have the... Oh, could I change it? Oh, I don't like that. I would like them to be swapped. Just so they're completely the same, but fine, whatever. Yeah. So will save should have gone up by +2. Yeah, it was +4. Ruchelet. Damn, she gets a lot of skills. I'll do stealth as well. And use magic device. Why not? Because I've got all the knowledge and law stuff. Okay. She needs weapon focus. I think. Why? I know she's a ranger, but no, I need bows. Specifically, I need a longbow, but she's using a short bow right now. I'm going to do longbow, and I'm going to change her.
Please, allow me.
Oh, she's actually using the longbow. (12 to 19, 13 to 18. Wait. Weapon focus long. Oh, yeah. It's because this is a +3 weapon. Yeah. Okay. Wasn't. Okay. Oh, I need to turn these back on.
Skip the pleasant
I
words.
need the voice
I
of the
always have the upper
spirits.
hand.
Okay, let's quick save and carry on.
That's easy.
Let's go through the main gate, because I think I just opened it. So this is so loud. Playing. My bad. Loot I missed, you say?
I
But I'm
hope you appreciate
picking
this.
through the floor.
Desna, guide my hand.
Ooh. That's a big old scooter.
I'll make short work of this.
Your struggles end here.
Okay, that died much quicker than I expected. I need to check Wenduag's damage as well. Or do I have to activate it? Didn't I take busted shots? I did. Okay. I'll pick up Herald of Pain, a dueling sword. I guess we have nowhere else to go. Quick save. Well, right, this guy.
The mortals are slaughtering us! How can this be?
Stop talking! Fight!
There! That's what happens to cowards! Get it together, you maggots, and we'll destroy them!
Quiet! Don't make me mad!
There they are! There they are! They're coming.
Ooh. I don't know if I get to talk at all. I'm going to intimidate first and fail. Damn! I rolled a 3. Demons look cautiously at their leader and only close their ranks still further.
Me, of course. If you're smarter, you'd be afraid of me too.
I ain't afraid of no one.
This demon is more dangerous than anything we've encountered here before. Let's attack together. This is our chance.
Death to the mortals!
I'll loot your corpse.
Fair and fair, elusive.
Lie down!
says hello. Sweet dreams, demon.
You little runt! You and Willow Dust will regret this! I'll find you and shove your entrails down your throat!
Damn it. The dagger was supposed to kill him on the spot.
Why did that deal no damage? Did we just deal so much damage that she attacked after he went into that cutscene? And we still tried to attack him during the cutscene.
Always watch your back.
Shiny. Wand of Good Hope. This spell instills powerful hope in the subjects. Each affected creature gains a +2 morale bonus on saving throws, attack rolls, ability checks, skill checks, and weapon damage rolls. 1 minute per level. Sorry, what? It's basically a mass aid. Oh, heroism, sorry. I think. Oh, I can go up here. Gotta check for all the loot. You can enter the dungeons from here. Okay. Right. What I'm gonna do is rest, because there's some supplies here. Oh, actually what I'm going to do is sell all of my loot that I don't need. Don't need you. Definitely don't need you. Don't need you right now. Matic. Weapon law aligned. Yeah. I think I'm just going to sell this composite longbow for now. And the hand axe +1, and the great axe +1. Holy light crossbow. Oh. Nope, cancel deal. Do you have anything new for me? You haven't so far. No. Okay. And then, what was I looking at or thinking of? Rod of Mysticism. This rod grants the wielder the ability to cast up to 3 spells from Oracle Cleric spell list per day that are maximized as though using the maximized spell feat. This rod can be used with spells of 6th level or lower. Only an Oracle or Cleric can wield it. And then another lesser extend magic. I'm sure I... Oh, you're empowered. Fairly sure I don't need these on people, but...
The struggles never cease.
We'll see. Quick save. I leveled up, so I need to set spells. Ooh, I have heroism. I'm also the one with haste. Oh, I can't. Right, okay. We'll do that then. Well, you do get another one, so that's good. I'm going to put heroism on my 2 rangers. I'd love to have haste on someone else though. Okay. Quick save. Rest. Okay, that's fine.
Am I imagining things? Or did I see a vicious gleam in your eyes? Where did that come from?
You're mistaken. How could a young lady who has spent her life cloistered and wanting for nothing have even an ounce of viciousness in her?
Yeah, sure, Camellia. Sure. Oh, I keep rolling like 2s and 3s on this. Protective rituals. Oh, wait, I could rest again? Oh, sorry, Grey Ball. A dark-haired dwarf, panting, shoots you a look filled with indignation and disappointment. However, he manages to compose himself and his voice sounds polite, if a little morose. Greetings. Funny meeting anyone here. We've already met him. Who are you? The dwarf grins. You have a poor memory for faces. You'd make a lousy assassin. I am Greybaugh, a bounty hunter, and we already met in the Tower of Estrad in Canabras. Yep. I want to know more about you. The dwarf seems surprised. You like chatting in the heat of battle, do you? Apologies, but I prefer conversing in calmer settings. Maybe we can talk after the fight if you survive. Why did you attack that demon? The dwarf casts an angry look at the spot where his victim was just standing, but composes himself and tries to answer politely. I've been paid for his head. Were you really going to kill a Baylor with a dagger? Your words vex the dwarf, eyes blazing with irritation. He answers you in a stern and hostile tone. I'd think again before laughing at me and questioning my competence. Clearly the dagger was charmed. It was supposed to take Darazan's life almost instantly, but the one who gave me that weapon bungled things somehow, and my quarry was able to escape. Damn it. Yeah, it seems amateurish to me, relying on an untrustworthy client and their weapon. You're entitled to your opinion. Who's your client? He's not going to tell me. I'm afraid that's confidential. As a professional, I'm obliged to keep my client's name a secret. You just said it during that charge. Fight for me. Grinning, the dwarf answers somewhat arrogantly. I'm not sure you can afford my services, and right now you'd be better off with a unit of infantry than an expensive loner like me. Okay, no time for chatting. The dwarf shrugs and takes a long pipe out of his pocket. Apparently the chaos around you doesn't stop him from enjoying some fine tobacco. I'm not sure you have anywhere to rush to. The gates are blocked and it would take you an eternity to clear the rocks away. It's unlikely you'll be going any further than this courtyard for the foreseeable future. The dwarf permits himself a dramatic pause. Unless you're insane enough to enter with a small number of companions, there are several passages to the fortress on the walls, meant for archers, but they're all bottlenecks. If all your soldiers try to rush in there, the demons will slaughter them, but a small group of skilled warriors stands a chance, if they can climb the wall and enter the fortress, relying on their wit and their skills. Yep, that's me. Relying on my wit and skills. Lord knows I have nothing else. Okay, let's enter. Oh, wait a minute. Let's collect all. It's a good job I didn't buff already. Let's quickly leave. Go back to Sal. Probably maybe talk to Queen Galfrey as well. Sal, Feel. I've been waiting for this for so long, it's time to retake Drezen. The demons will surely fall. Now you're changing your tune. We attack, the demons fight back, that's how it should be. Okay.
What's that glitter?
Okay. Whispers of madness. Demonic spirits haunt the walls of the dungeon, and while their constant whispering never becomes loud enough to allow intelligible speech to be heard, the constant murmurs grate on the nerves. After every 10 minutes spent in the dungeon, non-chaotic evil characters must succeed at a DC 14 will save to resist taking 2 points of charisma damage. Okay, as it slowly drives them
I will
mad.
not be trifled with.
Good, it's not done an initial thing. Wand of Good Hope has 11 charges. Lasts over an hour. Right, okay, so...
You can trust me.
Rules are made to be broken.
Morale bonus is... Morale bonus. So I don't need Bless if I have this on.
Stay on your toes.
Enlarge person on you. Grace on you. Oh, no. Let's carry on with
What's
that.
on your mind?
I'm also going to
I
put enlarge
wonder.
person on you.
Inimosi travisi.
I welcome your company.
Ona Adayan. Unimos. Di Travisi.
Adayana. Inimosi travisi.
I crave your commands.
Missed me already?
Unimosi Travisi.
Could put death ward on a bunch of people, but I'll leave as is.
Ona Adayana.
Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi.
Okay, so I need to hurry. There's a trap.
I am helpful,
Precisely.
am I not?
Make your peace.
Out of my sight!
With one, there was another trap.
I am helpful, am I not?
Maybe I was just seeing things. It's quite a big dungeon.
Always watch your back.
Yaniel? I'm sorry, what? An old woman, half-elf by her appearance, hangs limp in the shackles. Her head is slumped down to her chest, and strands of dirty grey hair cover her face. Her rags don't conceal the poor woman's horrible condition. Her body is covered in old scars and fresh wounds. A piece of flesh has been torn from her left leg. There are numerous fang marks on her arms. Her right wrist appears to have been gnawed, and the hand has withered. It's hard to believe that life still lingers in such a mutilated body, but the woman raises her head with effort. Clear blue eyes stare back at you from under her grey eyelashes. Crusaders, here. I thought I was delirious when I heard the sounds of a battle. After so many years, are we really taking Drezen? Who are you? How did you end up here? My name won't mean anything to you. It's been so many years. My name is Yaniel. If Seela was here, she would be going insane. I used to be a knight of the Citadel, when Drezen was still a proud Crusader stronghold. On the day Drezen fell, I was covering the refugee retreat. Alas, I was taken alive by the spawn of the Abyss as they flooded the city. Ever since then, I've been locked up here, within these walls that were once my home, now a prison and a torture chamber. The woman drops her head heavily to her chest. Yaniel, why, that name is remembered throughout Mendev to this day. Friends, we are in the presence of a living legend, or rather a half-living one. I'm impressed by your resilience, Knight. I wonder if I would keep my mind and self-control after so many years of torture. It's a serious question. Are you feeling quite well, Paralictor? That's an awfully bold confession for you. The gnome pays no attention to the Asimar's barbed comment. Yaniel herself. You don't know me, although I didn't mind meeting you. But I went to your memorial service. It was painful for everyone, but your memory brought people together. Many say that we can't give up because Yaniel didn't give up till the end. So all this is not in vain. Only I thought you were younger. You are well remembered, Yaniel. Those who you saved made your name a legend. I have your sword, Radiance, with me, and I wish to return it to you. Actually, I don't have it with me. I'm fairly sure I left it in my stash. Orsila has it. The old woman listens to you, slightly tilting her head, but winces when you hand her the sword. Apparently I can operate it. She looks down at her mutilated, shriveled hand. I have nowhere to hold this sword. My time has passed. Let it serve new heroes. It would only be a bitter reminder of the past in my hands. So you saw Drezen before its fall, and the Sword of Valor and the days of the First Crusade. Oh yes, I saw all that. The woman smiles a strange smile. The walls of the citadel seemed indestructible, like mountains, but they were not Drezen's true defences. The sword was. It alone weakened the demons and stopped them from teleporting here freely. It gave the defenders here hope. So it was until the ambitious and arrogant young Staunton brought the city to ruin. He stole the banner and doomed Drezen to fall. Staunton was once a strong fighter, the bane of demons, but he became the executioner of his comrades. Such things happen. I have seen this Staunton, a spineless weakling he is. It wasn't his arrogance that led him to ruin. It was his weakness and willingness to lick the boots of anyone who demanded it. Strange to hear talk of bootlicking from someone who can't get enough of her mistress's boots. How are you any better than Staunton? It is an honour to serve an honourable master. I serve the best of the best, but Staunton would grovel before any riffraff. Don't dare compare me to him. Do you know where the Sword of Valor is? The woman closes her eyes. I feel its presence even now, when the sword is weak and dormant. It is near, in this very citadel. There is a passage from my prison to it. Keep going through the dungeon and you'll find the banner. Why did the demons do all this to you? The woman closes her eyes and speaks pensively, in a measured, introspective manner. The demons, if you think about it, they're interesting creatures. They appeared when mortal souls touched the fabric of the abyss, and they always carry it with them. The imprint of humanity. It is distorted but visible. You might expect entirely inhuman thought and action from the spawn of the plane of primal chaos, but in fact, they are often mundane and relatable. And one of their manifestations of this deep humanity is the demons' love of trophies. I am one such trophy, a living reminder of the day that they washed over the strongest crusader fortress like a tidal wave and turned it into their den. Break the shackles, I will help you. Okay. The freed woman leans heavily against the wall. Thank you, after so many years, finally. I have to go. Stay here and wait for help. My people will find you when the city has been freed. All right, we'll talk later. I'm not sure if that used up time on it. Clear the blockage. That's going to use up time, I think.
Something is not right here.
Yeah, there's a trap.
I hope you appreciate this.
How did they
Save the
know
last
time?
one for me.
I will resist!
Do I have any of those? See invisibility? I do.
I do things my way.
Oh, it's only on me? Never mind. I thought it was the communal one that I'd been crafting. And I really want to break into there. What's your athletics score, Wendoag? It's going to use up plus 18. It's going to use up time that I have on buffs, I think. 30 minutes, or 3 hours, and I failed. I'm going to reload that because I want to see if it's just a few minutes versus 3 hours. Because I'm going to have to buff again.
Have I pleased you?
Needed. Don't think it used
No,
any
what is
minutes.
that?
What is a scythe or a sickle? Defense by offense. It's a karma even. This +2 mithril karma grants the wielder +1 dodge bonus to AC. Oh, so this is a great monk weapon. Attacks with this weapon get +2. Yeah. Mithril is rare. Okay. So I'm glad that didn't use up any time. That was great. Law.
I am helpful, am I not?
Is that maybe Yanniel though?
Always watch your back.
I'll cut you wide open! Disappear. I hope you appreciate this.
The remains of the unknown warrior exude a holy aura. His death at the hands of the demons was a martyr's death. Okay. I'm gonna loot him. Bastard Sword of Hope. It heals a lot of health on a crit.
I'm the best.
The pain and fear of the people who died here are powering an evil magic which fills the citadel with whispers of madness. Yeah, I know. Fervent whispering is concentrated around this stone. A multitude of voices whisper prayers to several gods at once, both the perished and the living. A crude inscription is carved on the stone. Pray with us, it reads. Multitude. A crude inscription is carved on the stone. Talk to us, it reads. Okay. Pronouncing them erratically, halting, then trying again. Multitude of voices whisper spells of dispel and banishment magic. Crude inscription is carved on the stone. Repeat after us. So I wonder if I can get rid of that. Whispers of Madness. It's Law Religion DC 30 and I have plus 22. Yeah. Huh?
Close ranks.
Thank you for amusing me.
Oh, minus level. Who did you attack? Oh, you lost a minute. Okay.
Out of my sight!
I will defend my dream.
So, as long as I keep failing it. Rolled a 2. Who has minus levels? You have negative levels. Doesn't tell me how many. You have a lot of them. -4, -2, -6. I think I need to give you Death Ward. At least they are only lasting a minute. I keep failing this damn check.
Success.
Finally. These two should be easier. Talk to the souls to calm them down.
Success.
Repeat the spells after the souls to calm them down. Good, I got rid of the whispers of madness. Jesus. So I don't have to worry about losing charisma. It goes downstairs. I don't want to go there yet. So now I don't need to worry too much about time limits. My god, Wendoag. And the Rushalir. Both have that thundering leaving shot. And it is awesome. Well, this place looks pleasant. Joran? What the hell are you doing here? Hi, hungry daw. I'm not a king. Not yet, I'm just a commander. Welcome in. Compared to the deplorable state the city is in, this room is remarkably clean and orderly. Its simple furnishings look solid and made to last. A man you met in Canabris is standing by the anvil. Blacksmith Joran Vane. On seeing you, he raises his bushy grey brows in surprise. So this is who's been making all the noise around here. Well, come on in, have a seat. I could hear the ringing of your anvil from my cell. I thought the only things being forged in the demon-controlled city of Drezen would be chains and spikes for cruel torture. But the music of your forge never seemed evil to me. He's not evil. Thanks for the kind words. You must have good ears if you heard my forge all the way from the dungeons, and you must be that treacherous demoness Staunton was talking about. Well, nice to meet you. If paladins go over to demons' side, there must be demons going over to the paladins' side. Or it wouldn't be fair, would it? What are you doing here? What I do everywhere. I forge metal. Everyone can fight, right? Breaking, destroying. Anyone you ask, they're ready to do it. Creating things, on the other hand, that takes a little extra knack. How did you get here? Well, you know, my brother is here. You know him, Staunton. Yes, I know there's a noose waiting for him in Canabris for treason. I told him not to get involved with that crazy woman, Minago. But when did he ever listen to me? The horned wench promised him heaps of gold and he believed her, so he came here with her. He's some sort of military leader here, but there's no one to lead except for all sorts of vermin. To everyone he's a traitor worse than a Relu, but to me he's still my brother. I couldn't leave him. Bad lot that he is. I followed him, tried to talk him out of it, but it didn't work. He wouldn't listen. Now I've taken up here, working like I do. Is Staunton here? Where else could he be? Not in Canabras, that's for sure. The dwarf gives you a reproachful look. Of course, he's done things in the past, but the Crusaders just never cut him any slack. He tried for a decade to atone for what he did, then 2 decades, then 3, half a century, and they still treated him like dirt. So my brother lashed out. He did a bad thing, sure, but who wouldn't in his place? He's not made of stone or copper, even if he is a dwarf. I'm playing this and I'm playing Raft. I'm playing Planet Zoo on Sunday and Monday coming up, because I have a channel point redemption that was redeemed. That crazy eyeless hag with horns, she got into his head. Demons are like that. You know, they can tempt. Among the Crusaders, my brother was the lowest of the low, but here he commands power and respect. He doesn't think of the cost. Ha! And he doesn't think of the cost. Joran waves his hand, clearly vexed. Every betrayer has their own sob story to excuse their actions, and each one thinks they are different from the rest, that they alone should be understood and shown mercy. I'm sick of hearing it. No, I'm not making excuses for him. My brother is a dum-dum and he'll get his. I'm not talking about mercy either. It's just sad it ended up this way. If everything turned out differently, maybe he'd be storming Drezen with you now. Until today, Yaniel was kept and tortured here. She was the hero of the First Crusades and your friend. How could Staunton stand by and let that happen? What? The dwarf seemed stunned. We thought Yaniel was dead. My brother mourned her death as much as the fall of Drezen. She couldn't be here. My brother would have known. He would have done something. Go and talk to Yaniel if you don't believe me. Joran looks at you heavily for a while. I have to choose whether I believe you or trust everything I know and love about my brother. I'll choose the latter. Staunton wouldn't allow Yaniel to be treated cruelly, and that means you're either lying or mistaken. You may have noticed lately that your brother has changed somewhat. Befriending demons leaves its mark. I fear his personal moral standards may have dropped. If I had to be more precise, I'd say they're currently hovering somewhere around the level of the abyss. I don't believe it. Demons are bad enough, but Staunton torturing Yaniel? Listen, I know my brother. I know how low he has fallen, but that simply isn't possible. Yeah, you say that. I remember in Canabras you said you would reforge the scabbard for Radiance. Actually, I'll do things in order. We're storming Drezen. We've nearly conquered the city. You are free. Am I? The blacksmith shakes his head and shows you his hands. See for yourself. I'm not wearing any shackles. What keeps me here is stronger than chains. It's called brotherly love. And you can't free me from it. Even Staunton himself couldn't break it, no matter how hard he tried. So it turns out that I'm stuck here. Where my silly brother goes, I go. You two brothers deserve each other. I don't know what's worse, being Staunton vain or laying down your life for Staunton vain. The blacksmith makes a helpless gesture. Oh well, everyone has it rough now. That's just the way it is. I might have been stupid following my brother, but sometimes people have this thing called principles. And when they're put to the test, it doesn't matter if it's smart or stupid, it only matters if you sacrifice them or you don't. I remember in Canabras you said you would reforge the scabbard for Radiance. I did. That's true, and that means I've done it. Joran Vane always delivers on his word. I lost Radiance and gained Radiance, even though Radiance was in my stash just a few minutes ago. The blacksmith opens a chest that stands near the anvil and carefully takes out a gilded scabbard. As soon as the sword is inside it, it begins to radiate warmth. The steel blade, darkened by time, becomes bright and shiny before your eyes. You see, the sword recognizes you. I don't like to brag, but this scabbard is even finer than the one I once made for the annual. Well, a good sword needs a good scabbard, right? Use it well and remember me in your prayers. I don't want to attack him. He's really, 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 really stubborn. I have to go. Wait. He's going to attack me. Your cause is good and I like you, but blood is thicker than water. Of course, Staunton is wholly to blame and his sentence is fair, but a brother's a brother, and I won't let anyone kill him. You'll have to kill me first. I don't want to kill either of you. I want Staunton to basically be fine. I want him to just go and do something else. Live his life free. He's had enough crap from the Crusaders for 70 years, I think it was. I respect principles. It will be an honor for me to kill you. Of course you would. In Canabras, I had a rapier that was made by you. It was a fine piece, and you made the best knives in the city. Sharp, easy to clean. Good choice of words. It would be a shame to leave Drezen without its master craftsman. But if you wish to die alongside your useless brother, we will respect your wishes. I'm going the good. Come with me. Maybe together we can Let me rewind. Yep. Come with me. Maybe together we can convince him to change his mind. The dwarf shakes his head regretfully. No, I'm sorry, but no. I know him better than you. Believe me, he's gone too far. No one can convince him, not me, not you, not even Torag himself. The thought of you going to your grave, wallowing in your own self-righteousness, is enough to turn my stomach. I do so regret that we did not kill Staunton first. I should have liked to see your reaction, Smith. Be a good sport, die whimpering, knowing that your brother was the demon's plaything, that you were the hypocrite who helped him. You'll both make a fine feast for the worms, at least. Joram bares his weapon. Enough talk. Words can't change what happens next. Defend yourself. Yeah, what happens next is I loot your corpse. Oh, he has Archon's aura on. Ah, someone crit. I think. So he took a bunch of damage, maybe? No. I saw the attacks of opportunity. Well, loot, please. Ring of protection +1 and a breastplate +1, an actual breastplate +1. Okay, let's look through all this. I'm just playing on normal difficulty for stream. I have played on unfair and bad and poor and all those before, so I'm just playing on normal. And it's so much easier. It's literally the first time I've played the game on normal. There are some harder fights. Yeah.
That's easy.
There are some harder fights, but most of them have been just fine. Hello, Mr. Minotaur.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, so everything's just getting wrecked. Which is kind of a good power fantasy, at least, I guess. Simple straw bed made to last, built with dwarven solidity. But yeah, I have played on unfair difficulty before. That is quite a lot of reloads. But I also can't remember most of the game. So even spoilers I don't want.
I sense something.
Just to make people aware. It's been a long time since I played the game before. Oh, you're gonna have stuff behind this. So I don't know what I'm going to let happen or not. Oh, there it is. But yeah, it's been a long time that I can't remember most things about the game. Oh, it's just up there. Okay.
I am helpful, am I not? Well?
Need you to go there. I need you
require
to
my counsel?
not run in like a fool.
I hope you appreciate this.
Oh, hello.
I'll bathe in your blood!
I remember this fight being difficult. I'm gonna let them finish summoning it, because they eventually just die. Have heroism still. Oh, that's not gonna last long. I should have set them to hold. Hold position, thank you. Me. We'll do another ritual with the blasphemous heart as the sacrifice. What? I'm confused. I thought that did summon the big thing.
So this is how it feels.
Yeah, it should have. But the big thing was there first, not here. He's also not getting hit at all. .38 AC. She's hitting very well. She has a plus 39 to attack. I think I'm gonna actually reload real quick because they all just kept going in and in and in when I was trying to buff. Yes and no. If it's something like this that should have happened, I'm gonna reload. Yeah, I'm gonna try turn-based as well. Basically, if it's not a big fight, if it is a big fight, I'm probably going to do turn-based. I'm going to prepare better this time. Still got enough time. Hope is on for another minute. I may recast that. Actually, no, I'll leave it for now.
Missed me already.
Let's see what else. I'll put Death Ward on you. Let's put Death Ward on you.
Stasioni Savitur! Stasioni Savitur!
I think I beat it on unfair at one point, but it took like 2 hours of reloads. You've got shield. You need
skip the
shield of
pleasantries.
faith.
Ona Adayana.
I'm gonna cast bless, even though it's not gonna do
Aporane
anything,
Sendes.
because I have good hope on. I think. Because it's a morale bonus. And that's a morale bonus. Arushli, aspect of the hate when it auto chooses. Aspect of the Falcon. Hurricane Bow.
Speak with your actions, not
You
your
can do
words.
Smite Chaos.
Stay on your toes.
And do I reduce the person on Regil again? You still have 3 minutes of that. Okay. So I'm going to go in here. Hold position. Set on Camellia. And I'm going to save. Pick the lock.
I hope you appreciate this.
Let them do their thing.
I am helpful, am I not? Hey!
There we go. I wonder if I accidentally killed one of them and it cancelled the ritual. And then you two are fine. Aaron, I'm gonna put you over here. Myself. Use this, so we at least get concealment. And then I need to haste. Oh, Darren also needs to cast this. Yeah. And then I need to cast haste. God, you got wrecked.
I'll cut you wide open.
Retreat is not an option.
I will resist. I'll rip you apart.
Oh, I realized I never gave her the book. Have I cast haste yet? I don't think so. No. Something else I wanted to do. That's useless.
So this is how it feels.
She went down very quick. Again.
The spirits demand your blood. Disappear.
One day, Aaron, please get this off.
There was a flaw in our tactics.
Oh, did you die? You died. And I would have lost Camellia.
I am yours to command.
Now I get this ring. Chaotic Fascination. This is a ring of protection +2. Additionally, increases the DC for all saving throws against spells from the enchantment school the wearer casts by 2. Oh, and there's an ad playing. Damn it. It also grants the wearer a +2 bonus on saving throws against spells of the enchantment school. So, enchantment. New ring for you, Darren.
Rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, the fact that you get 10k, which is almost getting me to level 10. I just need another, what, 14.5k. Hi Mikey, how are you today? I hope you're doing well. Get to loot. I also think we get dice. These dice randomly grant the owner a +1 luck bonus on an attack or damage roll, or to AC during an enemy's attack, once per day. This effect lasts for the whole day. Which is weird. Alright, collect all. Despite the surrounding mess, the magical devices were kept clean and tidy. Yeah, it's the same. The air smells like magic powders, unknown chemical compounds, and medicine. I've also, Camellia lost every single buff. Pick the lock.
I am helpful, am I not?
Because she technically died. If this was in a harder difficulty, I would have to have revived. I don't know if I'm playing with the new update. I don't know what the update is, when it was.
Now, what is that?
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Careful now.
It's the DLC, the Last Sarkorians, I think, with the druid. I don't think I have that yet. I may do.
What do
Not,
we
because
have
I don't think
here?
I bought it yet. I have a trapped chest. It's through to there. I am going to go back because I think this is a main hall. So I think I have to go that way. And I like exploring everything. So we're gonna go back. Down here that I didn't check. Yeah, people have said that. It's just I'm trying to save money at the moment. To need, because I want to buy a third monitor.
What's that glitter?
Currently saving. Hi. Theric's spawn. Where's Theric?
They'll beg me to stop!
Is what I was made for.
Theric Knoll. There you are. Regil, please go and deal with him.
The world in crimson!
Did I get a minus level on someone? I did myself. That's one thing I'm glad with the minus levels in normal. They seem to have a cool duration, which is awesome. So I hate the idea of negative levels as a debuff, just in general.
Precisely. I sense something.
The wall in this place looks fragile. There's a ghastly stench coming through the tiny cracks. What athletics checks? I hate them.
Always watch your back.
There are old ragged books in rare languages on the shelf. Some of them are bound in leather, and it doesn't look like calf skin. Yeah, I would like to play, because I've seen the reviews on The Last Sarkorians. I think I failed the check. Yep. We rolled a nat 1. But yeah, I've seen the reviews. Wait, I only got one shot at it. To do more fights. I usually quick save before a skill check, just in case I want to. Nom, for this playthrough, I've not been wanting to do reloads on skill checks. No. No way, I didn't quick save at all. Gonna have to do this fight again.
Decide already.
Okay.
Well?
Yeah, time to save her.
I'm prepared.
And I'll spread people out properly.
I'll prove I
Missed
am
me
the
already.
best.
Stay on your toes.
Okay. I I've already cast that on them. Oh, I've already buffed. Good. I saved at that point.
Open your heart to me.
Actually going. Hold position, you're in hold position. Buffs.
Save the last one for me.
Okay, you're going to do that, and then you're going to run away. And then do this. I'll prep this. And prep you. And then we'll prep you. I don't really have a favourite class in Pathfinder. The only reason I rolled an Alchemist is because I want to play Pathfinder 2nd Edition as a TTRPG. I want to find a good group that matches with my schedule, and is planning to do a long-term campaign. And I wanted to create an Alchemist because in D&D I always want to play as an Artificer, but in D&D my go-to is either an Artificer or Sorcerer. I always loved playing a Sorcerer. But I like to play any classes mostly.
Retreat is not an option. There's a flaw in our tactics.
This pain, so this is how it heals.
For you!
Hey, that went better. Quick save. Disarm the trap, please. Loot. Look at everything. Look at all their loot. Look at that. Look at that. Magic circle covered with occult symbols. The runes have absorbed all the blood that was spilled on the circle.
Always watch your back.
Okay, let's go down here. Before I get to this door, I will quick save. I also need to take a very quick break. Let's go to the toilet and everything. I was going to do it the last ad break that I had.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Let's just heal up. Quick save. And then I'm just going to be right back. I won't be too long. I also need to phone work to tell them that I'll be back to work tomorrow. Sorry that took so long. Phoning up work is never quick in my place. Are we going to notice it this time? I'm going to fail the perception checks. Damn it! I best not fail the perception check for that hidden wall.
Close ranks.
Get to this side. Me, get to this side. Annihilate him. There we
I
go.
will resist!
You are nothing before me.
Please don't fail. Well, maybe it's not a fail and maybe I just see it. I want to loot everything because that's who I am as a person. I have to take all of the things. There are old ragged books in rare languages on the shelves. Oh yeah, I've read that one. Quick save. The wall in this place looks fragile. There's a ghastly stench coming through the tiny cracks.
Punish me for I failed.
Yep, you failed. I want to see what's behind this, so I am going to reload it. What else are you getting? You got a plus 17. Oh, you have nothing.
Hesitation is a waste of time.
Well?
Strength. Actually, I need to reload first. I failed.
Hesitation is a
I heed
waste
the
of
voice
time.
of the spirits.
Inimosi travisi.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
Missed me already.
Decide already.
I'll watch your back.
Once per day, the owner of this token could choose any skill and rub this token to get a +5 circumstance bonus to the chosen skill checks for 1 hour. It's always athletics. Always.
I'll prove I am the best.
Arcana athletics. Is it being used? Oh, there we go. Now she has it. Quick save. So that should have given me, what, +5 and then +2? It's plus, should be at +24. +22, even. Okay. We're in. Kill vampire. Hello, trap.
I am helpful, am I not?
It's lockpick. I have them.
I hope you appreciate this.
Eluding target. It's a buckler. This +2 buckler grants its wielder +2 dodge bonus to AC against attacks with two-handed weapons. Better than what you have? Oh, I never gave this to Aaron. AC actually goes up. That's on a critical hit. I get mirror image. I'm going to keep you carrying this around. One-handed longsword, scimitar. Radiance has now become a +2. Don't think anything else is a rapier. We gotta kill the vampire. He could have loot.
What's that glitter?
The vampire rides as he meets his final death. Is that a rapier I see? What rapier do I have? Just a +1. Tender Touch Rapier. While you are wielding this +2 necrotic rapier, whenever you cast the vampiric touch spell, it deals 1d8 damage instead of 1d6. Comparing to a crossbow. Yeah, I'm going to swap that because it's just a +1 rapier. Do this and this. 16 and 10 to 15. Yeah, just +1 on everything. Awesome. I mean, it might be cruel. It's his fault for
Always
being
watch your
there
back.
and having loot. Also, welcome in, Randall 45. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so this goes through to the room that I... Oh no, it goes through to this place. This was a trapped chest, I think.
Careful now.
Yes.
I am helpful, am I not?
What was the DC? 16, and I have a +22. Sure. Fake. 95% chance.
I am helpful, am I not?
Ooh, helmet. Mental flow. Intelligence and charisma. I kinda still need this on me, especially after next mythic, which is coming up. Because I think I get access to certain songs, but I am going to change for now, because I like more intelligence. Making sure there's nothing else. That always makes me think that there's something hidden behind there.
Huh? What's that?
That's a trap. Oh god, that was close.
I hope you appreciate this.
DC 15. Good job.
That's easy.
You
Everything has a price.
This clashes with it. You know what? Oh, you need that, definitely. Charisma and intelligence. You use wisdom. I mean, it would help your saves, but not really. So I may just give it to you. Also, your stats are insane. Oh, I never gave myself the book back again. Protection. Give myself the hat back. You can have it. Why not? You will be using charisma eventually. So will she. This. I'll leave it for now. You can be lucky. Quick save. You don't have those anymore. Right, weren't these trapped or something? Oh, there's a door. Oh.
I am helpful, am I not?
Yes, you are. Okay. Regil, please go there.
Save the last one for me.
Aaron, sure.
I am helpful, am I not?
Stay on your toes.
That feels like it's gonna hurt.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
I think I need to go and finish up what's over here and do it in order. So that's not opening yet.
Precisely.
But I could have sworn these were trapped. But I've forgotten a lot about this game.
Time to rob them of their treasures.
I will resist!
Glad I gave my innovation.
Disappear!
Give everyone resist fire. That's probably the trap I remembered. Slime covered key. Damn it.
Let's have some fun.
I am so glad I put resist fire on.
Retreat is not an option.
Brimarax just got wrecked.
Prepare yourself!
Cover me!
Kneel before me. My sight.
Okay, who got exhausted? Everyone but... No, you didn't. So me, funnily enough, Regil, Wenduag, and Arushale. So the two nobles didn't get... Okay, fine.
I welcome your company.
This restoration should clear it. I think I have
I
this
do
restoration.
things my way.
No, I don't.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
You have normal restoration. It's fine, I'll just use
Rules
Dayram.
are made to be broken.
Now you're only fatigued.
Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos.
Doesn't matter too much that I'm exhausted. Well, except for my speed and my attacks, but that's fine to some degree. Rest. I have scrolls at least. Can you even use that? Okay, I'm gonna move these around. Give myself a scroll. Oh, that's been getting used. Oh, that's stupid. I hate it when it does that.
I will not be trifled with.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Magritium Turinos.
Yes! I crave your commands.
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
Magritium Turinos.
Yes!
Okay, that's sorted out all my encumbrance issues, and I need to give you back the tankard. I also picked up a bunch of books. Always need to remember to read them. Whoop. Always need to remember to read the books, because some of them give buffs to my main character. Okay, the modifier equal.
I hope you appreciate this.
Ooh, braces of archery. These braces empower the wearer to use any bow with a +1 competence bonus on attack rolls. I did not realize they have that high now. May even give them... I'll give them to Arushale. That. I think. Oh, she's getting it from aspect of the falcon. So, Wenderwag. There you go. It's easy enough to decide. Shh. Let's carry on because there was nothing. Ooh, loot behind the back.
I see something over there.
This might be why I thought there was traps.
Now, what is that?
Because there are. Oh, that is evil.
Open your heart to me.
Even make it through here.
The spirits guide me.
A medium-sized character couldn't. That's it. Disappointed.
Well?
That it? I was expecting more behind those. Okay, let's carry on. This feels like it could be a trap. Ghouls. A ghoul pit. I remember this being a very annoying fight before. Aaron, why do you always get ghoul fever? Wish you were always at the front.
A terrible mistake.
No.
This one's mine.
This is my chance. A terrible mistake.
Press the attack!
Need a tank to remain here. Camellia, you definitely go on top. Now in a Basu.
No match for me.
Retreat is not an option.
I have 7 lockpicks, pots.
I am helpful, am I not?
Oh look, a shield I will never use unless I have to take Sealer. It's not a bad shield though. It's a tower shield, which is awful because it's minus 10 armor check penalty. No, I can't travel. Let's do this one.
Magritium Turino.
This is the way that I came. Yaniel. With her left hand, the old woman pulls the dagger from the demon's body. Exhausted by the effort, she wipes her brow. Time did not bend me, it seems. I will show you one of the secret old passages that we used when Citadel Drezen belonged to us. The woman walks up to the wall and begins examining it. You'll get to the Sword of Valor more easily this way. Perhaps the demons don't know about this passage. The demons. If you think about it, I've spent most of my life among them. I have to admit, there's something mesmerizing about them. A single demon might be weak, or pathetic, or cowardly. But when you see them as a collective, it isn't a mass of separate creatures, but a single great force, a tide, which might be temporarily slowed but never stopped. The front lines of the Abyss, here on the lands of Golarion, unstoppable, fanatical forward motion. We have something to learn from them, don't we? I mean, no, I don't agree with that. It's always wise to learn new things, including studying the enemy's strengths. I agree with this more. The woman's face is still, but there is approval in her blue eyes. Right, knowledge is the greatest weapon. Armed with it, one can succeed where neither strength nor valor would. Here it is. The demons are hiding the sword of valor behind this door. Be wary. I heard them bragging about the traps that surround the banner. Magical, of course. The sword of valor is nearly impossible to destroy, and if they wish, they will drown the entire room in fire, destroying their enemies while leaving their trophy unscathed. Go now, and good luck. I want to look at this. The crack in the wall reeks of something evil. For a moment you feel touched by the breath of the Abyss. Okay. Why is the ghoul creeper still highlighted? The dead bodies give off an unbearable stench. That is a lot of bodies. Baphomet. I think that's Baphomet. I think you'd be begging it for a breath mint. Okay. I'm so over encumbered with all this loot. Just travel speed and fatigue period, which is fine. Are these the traps then? Thank you for that demonstration. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way to sort it. I don't like 85%. Ooh, 100, I'll take that.
I am helpful, am I not?
Okay, this could take a little while. Let's
Careful
move
now.
everyone away. And quick save, and I'll take meat. Spins all of those, spins all of those. But one of them spun longer. Okay, inner, middle, outer. It's all the inners. I've made that one, but not these two. That one needs to be like that. Okay, I'll take it. Nothing like brute forcing puzzles. Oh, hello. You're good with riddles, but that isn't going to help you. Yeah, I'm in a bad spot. Really am. Jill?
Kneel before me.
Please run up there.
Desna, guide my hand!
They're outsiders, okay.
This kill is for you!
Make your peace.
Might be a good idea to heal.
Why am I so weak?
You're not weak, you just got
Hesitation
wrecked.
is a waste of time.
Magritium Turinos.
He gets a bonus anyway on his heal,
Magritium Turinos.
equal to his caster level.
Magritium Turinos.
Like, basic cure wounds healing 15 is awesome. Anyway, Regil still has this thing going, which is better than I expected, and I didn't know he had it.
I hope you appreciate this.
Evil Outsider Bane Spear +2. Yeah, okay. Take it. XP, you say? I need 10k. Hey, who's making that noise?
Tear your throat out!
About that.
I will resist!
They'll beg me to stop!
Your struggles end here.
Not an Ambasu. Hate them so much.
Prepare yourself!
Really need to start doing Death Ward on everybody. Just because I hate them. Let's take more. I think this is the last.
What do we have here?
That's easy.
Yeah. I just saw on the mini-map. I also didn't open this door at all. Interested by that. I spotted a trap. Oh, I spotted a trap here. This must be locked from some other side, or maybe I can get it later. If I remember correctly, you could just set that up to do buffs, and yeah, I've thought about it. Thought about it a lot, and I may do that pretty soon, actually. Here is that to open that door. From behind. Yeah, getting something to set up to do all your buffs for you is insanely nice. Okay, let's carry on down here. And all the way back. I'm fairly indifferent to mods. I love quality of life mods completely. I mean, I'm even using a few on Raft. One changes one of the gameplay aspects completely, in the fact that the shark doesn't attack my raft anymore. Because I hate when survival games have enemies damage what you've built. And then another one for that, I have craft from all storage, because I think survival games should have that by default. There are claw and tooth marks on the broken bones of unknown prisoners.
That's easy.
And the other one is one that does change the gameplay mechanics a little bit on Raft is just because I like to change builds a lot and wing it, so I often build something but then destroy it like 5 minutes later to rebuild it differently. On Raft, you only get half your resources back when you dismantle parts of your raft. So I added a mod to get all of them back. So that's what it looks like, the famed relic of the Crusades. Did you... Oh, I've got an ad coming up. Did you know that the Church of Iomide lent it to the Crusaders long ago? And then they went and lost it. What a deliciously awkward conversation that must have been. Darren takes a half step back, casting an appraising look at you and the Sword of Valor. You look very fine indeed. I foretell that the shops of Mendev will soon be full of souvenir paintings with names like the Commander reclaiming the Holy Banner. People will hang them above their mantles and use them to cover cracks in walls to keep out drafts. I may even purchase one myself to have something by which to remember this moment. He's such an ass. And I'm here for it. I'm just waiting for this ad to start, because there is one that's going to start soon, and then I'm going to have a quick snack during it and drink. Come on, ad, play soon, please. I'm just going to have a snack now. So I'm going to mute. Okay. Just a few more seconds. So I've already... Basically, I'm going to be an ass back to Darren, but I think he's going to like it anyway. I'm going to look great in all the heroic paintings they'll make of me. Well, be an ass, but also be slightly condescending of myself. Kinda. Only if you live long enough for the artist to paint them. At the present moment, the odds of that appear to be quite high, and this pleases me immensely, for your fate is in some ways intertwined with my own. The velvety timbre of Darren's voice makes the last part sound almost flirtatious. Anyway, I was talking about the power of the moment, about wanting to remember it. Since the day my sweet cousin tossed me into the middle of this crusade, I've felt like I've been plunged into icy water with my hands tied behind my back. A most loathsome sensation. I am forced to live in conditions to which I am ill accustomed and ill-suited, risking my life for ideals I consider to be utterly worthless, and I have already missed 3 premieres in the capital's opera season. It's an outrage! Darren stops and drops your gaze for a few moments. And do you know what's the most curious thing of all? Here I stand, looking at you and at this holy wall rug, and I feel that there is nowhere else I'd rather be right now. Okay, I want to do 1 or 2. I'm going to do this. Be careful now, or else you might just fall in love with me. Who? Me? Me? Fall in love with you? Where but in the hackneyed ballads of a provincial bard could so far-fetched a pairing come to be? Darren lowers his lashes. The corner of his mouth quirks up in a slight smile. I suppose this conversation has been unbearably long already, but I should have known the first time we met in Canabras what I was getting myself into when I threw in with you. You are the worst thing that's ever happened to me, and the most exciting. Oh, I still have a negative level for 10 hours? I'm sorry, what? Oh, also, I might want to get rid of that.
Smile, the world's not ending just yet.
Sickness, it's a disease. Blindness. I thought I had removed disease. Oh, maybe I don't. That's kind of awkward.
I will prove my worth. The struggles never cease.
Okay. Negative levels it is. Although someone had Death War on them.
I welcome your
almost
company.
certain. Like, only lasts a minute per level. I need enduring spells and greater enduring spells on people. I know the thing's there, but wouldn't surprise me if there's loot anywhere close. Okay. This is an important part of the game. Beware the succubus. She can compel your party members to fight against you. I know. I fought one very early. And it's paused for me. The legendary banner of the Crusaders is right in front of you. A drop of blood falls onto it from where? The wound on your chest must have reopened and is now bleeding again. You touch Iomede's holy banner to brush away the scarlet droplet when you freeze abruptly. All of a sudden, you are aware of your own powers. You are no longer a grain of sand resisting the countless armies of the abyss. You are something greater. Like Iomede once rejected her humanity to ascend and gain divinity, you are ready to take the first step on the path to gaining power. But what will your power look like? That is what my power will look like. But I have access to Angel, Azata, Demon, and Trickster. But I want Azata. I also technically could have had Lich, but I broke the wand that it's attached to. And I'm sure I could have had the Swarm that walks as well. Legend opens up later on, I know that. And there's two others. Aeon. I lost the ability to become an Aeon. Played part of the Azata before. It's pretty good. One of the things that you get. Plus, I want a dragon companion. Ivu is amazing. This is why I wanted to keep the hat that I have. Azata starts a performance that grants all allies within 50 feet a luck bonus on all saving throws equal to half her mythic rank. She's just +1 at the moment. Whenever an ally under this effect makes a successful saving throw, that ally is healed for a number of hit points equal to 2d6 plus Azata's mythic rank. So 2d6 +3. Problem is I can't remember if this has a cooldown or a use or whatever. Or if I just start singing. I can also summon Mastodons. Because why not? I think wasn't there an ability to get? Oh no, Ivu's matching my level. He's one of the few companions that just doesn't care about you having the feat, I think. I think I'm going to take enduring spells, because I want this on a bunch of people. I think. Throw elixir. The thing is, I don't have any mutagens because of my alchemy subclass. Take bless now. And 1 round, 1 minute per level, 1 minute per level, 2d4 rounds. It's all enemies. Like this 1 round per level is annoying. Get what, 2 minutes I think at max level, which still wouldn't meet the greater enduring spells. So I think I'm going to take Bane and doesn't really matter what I have. Yeah, that's useful. I'm useless, I'm not melee. This could be just fun to have. It's also not... It's also not mind affecting or anything like that. So I think I'll just take command. There's Ivu. Also means my carrying capacity goes up. The wound on your chest closes, and the drops of blood spilled on the Sword of Valor burst into transparent flames. A wave of fire rushes out from the blood and across the entire banner, transforming it and emblazoning it with new colours. Power descends upon you, suffusing your mortal body, remaking it in its image. It fills your body up to the brim, breaking bones and tearing muscles while at the same time healing them. You raise your head, acutely aware that the wind of freedom will be at your back from now until eternity.
I feel a warm breeze blowing on my face. It smells like sun, happiness, and meadowgrass. I will follow you. I will follow your call wherever it leads me.
Yay! Because Azata's Desna, she's definitely going to follow.
A mess of an army.
Well, at least you didn't turn into a heavenly angel. I couldn't live with a pious prig leading an army of equally pious prigs.
Now is not the time to linger. We can reflect on events later. Now is the time to act. Didn't even let me click it. Ta-da! I love how it changes. I think it changes based on which mythic path you choose. So that was the Azata one. And then...
A mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts.
Milady, this creature is about to die. Shouldn't you...
Behold, Ione. Behold the death I sow.
You see, Suture? Shouldn't has no place here. I've waited for a very long time, but now the hour has come to turn my ideas into reality. I still have things to do in Canopus, but you must leave. Go to the old laboratory. I have a special task for you.
The laboratory? I hate that foul place. But I dare not disobey you, milady.
Funnily enough,
Forgive me this little masquerade.
when I first played the game, after the very first cutscene of where you fall down that crack, I noticed I had the Featherfall buff on me, and I wondered where in the hell it came from until I got to this point, and I'm like, oh, interesting. Yaniel says in a different voice, one that sounds vaguely familiar. Suddenly, the illusion vanishes. Super Rilu.
Before, I am Arilu Vorlesh, also known as the Architect of the World Wound.
So there's something off about the stranger's appearance, like you're seeing only half of a painting or looking at her with one eye closed. Her silk dress and expensive jewellery are at odds with the set of unfamiliar tools in her ink-smudged hands.
What are we meant to discuss with one of the key figures in our enemy's army, I wonder?
You've handled the power of the Sword of Valor well. Such artifacts are almost like living creatures, and they react to their own kind, shall we say. The Sword of Valor once belonged to a mere mortal who became a goddess. It seems to see something kindred in you.
Yeah, it wasn't my first CRPG, not by a long shot. I played like the original Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights and stuff like that. And Icewind Dale. So when I was playing it, I'm like, wait, that's a buff. I didn't cast that buff. Where did it come from? And then when I got to this stage, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. I'm so glad they included stuff like that.
Touching you has left the sword irreversibly changed. Now it is your banner, not Iomede's. Although perhaps it will still stop the demons from teleporting to the city as before.
Happened to Yaniel?
The Yaniel you freed from the dungeon was merely a mask. Sometimes I like to wear the guise of my fallen enemies, to study them from the inside. The real Yaniel has been gone for a long time, but unfortunately for her, not permanently. Her lot is far more frightening than the one I showed you. Perhaps you will learn the truth one day, but for now, it isn't necessary.
You visited me twice. I kind of want both of them. I'm going to choose this. The Crusade aspect, it's more of a play it because I have to. I wanted to like it and the kingdom management, but I think they could have done things slightly better. I'm not sure how, but at the moment it just feels like a slog to be able to get to places. You've helped me twice already, in Canabras when we fell into the caves, and here, pointing the way to the Sword of Valor. Why would a half-demon, the Scari's favourite, ever do such a thing?
I'm creating something. Building. Studying how the land lies. Laying the foundation. I am called the Architect for a reason.
Also, I love that her picture, her portrait, has a little wound. Like she's trying to do what she's done to me, to herself. Oh, that's where she got the idea. Funnily enough, I've never completed this game. Like the last act of it I got to, but then can't remember why, I just didn't play it for a little while, and then I came back and I was like, what was I doing? So then I just restarted. I've played the first few chapters over and over again so many times.
I'm not asking you to trust me. That would be unforgivably stupid. But I suggest, just suggest, that you search, analyze, think. What happened in old Sarkoris? What is the world wound? What is happening to you? Search for your answers. And for now, farewell.
I also love the voice acting when it's here, especially the bad guys. The fact
I'll bathe in your blood.
The fact that she teleports out, but the demons seem to not be able to. It's always a bit like, wait, what?
Desna, guide my hand!
Okay, everyone's got mastery points. Wait, where's Ivu? Oh. Oh, I wonder if... I don't think I have any mods installed. I wonder if they've changed that now. That is a good addition. But look at this guy. He definitely uses strength. So, does this work? Oh hell yeah, it works. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. Has 26 AC unarmored. Which means I need to give him some braces. Although, oh, I put all my barding away. I like that he can wear a cape, a helm. Wait, don't I have a helm? Hang on. Hey, more charisma. Because I think his breath weapon is based on his charisma. I think a lot of people are like that, to be honest. They play through like the first few acts all the time. So Ivu has breath weapon, power attack. Okay, I can have him fighting defensively if I want to. I won't bother. His breath weapon, DC 21. Once every 1d4 rounds, Havoc Dragons deal 2d10 points of sonic damage to everyone in a 30-foot cone. This damage increases by 2d10 for every Azata mythic rank. Problem is, it affects all creatures, including allies. But he's so great. You can talk to him as well. I'm gonna mythic rank people up. Mythic rank 3. Unstoppable would be good for her as well. Always a chance could be fun. Kind of want enduring spells on everyone that can get it. But I also like her having like attacks of opportunity. Is there anything I would want? What's air barrier? One hour per day per shaman level. It's just the spells. Nature, Stormborns, companion animal. Okay. Does that mean I don't need the feet? Just running around with a small army? Just turn everyone to nature because I'm effectively with Desna. Well, no, I'm an Azata, but I'm... Is it the Green Faith, I think my main character is? I'm just going to get enduring spells though. Although all her spells are fairly short duration, I think. Though if I can get them to 5 minutes, yeah. Next rank I'll get her greater enduring spells, if I can. Though I get a mythic feat. Which I might be level 5 that she gets it. But I like enduring spell on a lot of people. You, however, half your mythic rank. I don't really use your smite, unfortunately. But really cast spells. Ever ready could be fun. I am going to give him leading strike for everyone else. The one ally can leave a mark. Yeah, I'll just have him because he attacks so many times. Although thundering blows would be good. Doesn't have ranged. Thundering blows are leading strike. That's an extra. That's once per round if he misses. But it gives him AoE. Thundering blows. And then I'll get him leading strike next time. Drezen. I want enduring spells. I think. Second mystery. Oh, hang on, you could get heroism with this. Oh. Okay. He's my main healer and buffer, so I would really like to get him enduring spells. At the same time, I need him to have access to heroism. So choosing communal would be good. You know what? I'm going to take this, I think. Unless I have any beneficial curses. No. Yeah, you know what? Where is it again? Second mystery, Ancestor? Ancestor. To get him heroism. He needs it. He already has that. That could be useful as well. It's only on himself. Allies in the area of this spell at the time of casting gain a +1 sacred bonus on attack rolls and saves against fear effects, +1 temporary hit point per caster level. I am taking that. I may regret that, but whatever. Okay, Ruchelet. Every third hit with a ranged weapon against the same enemy deals additional 1d6 per 2 mythic ranks divine damage. Don't know if it rounds up. I might take distracting shots. Although abundant casting for her would be good. She doesn't get a lot of spells. Oh, this is so... It's so difficult a choice. But this will help my 2 melee, one of which attacks 4 times in a round. It may actually have gone up. This is for Arushale, so it's either going to be distracting shots, maybe abundant casting to get her spells, 4 more spells for her. Actually, technically 8 more spell slots for her, because she has 2nd level spell slots, which I keep forgetting to use, which gives her sneak attack dice. I'm gonna see what Wenduag has. Oh, I may have actually been on Wenduag. Let's have a look. Mythic Path. You have Rapid Shot and Mythic and Cleaving Shot. You also have Cleaving Shot. I think I'm going to give Wenduag Distracting Shots and Arushale Abundant Casting, because it will give her 4 more uses of this, Sense Vitals, if I need it, but it will give me more uses of this as well, which is a lot. Because that just gives her straight up damage. So yeah, let's do Abundant Casting. She doesn't need improved Abundant Casting. And Distracting Shots. You hit an enemy with a ranged weapon attack, they receive a penalty on the AC against melee attacks equal to half your mythic rank for 1 round. It's only -1 AC, but that could be the difference. Unless it rounds up, then it's -2. Okay, that's everyone done. Ivu doesn't get to choose anything. Quick save. Carry on.
Make your peace.
Oh, everyone's stuck. You know what? Perfect time to do this then. Darren and Wendu and me. Arushale, can you just move to the side a little bit? Thank you. Our 2 melee would like to get in on the action.
The spirits demand your blood.
I'm already over encumbered. I may as well take the rest of this stuff.
Precisely.
Missed me already.
God, he heals for so much sometimes with that. Yes, collect all. Is this the way that I just came from? No, because they were running away to this place. So confused. What's it? Oh.
Always watch your back.
Hello? Tower Summit. You know what? I'm going to go up here. And let's see.
Crusading isn't that boring after all.
Veloxus Marauder. What the hell are you? Level 16 outsider.
You are today's sacrifice!
Veloxus. Bye! I hope you didn't have any loot. Wow, I failed the law check. Why do I only have a plus 15? I thought I had higher than that. Oh yeah. What weapon did I pick up? It was a mace and a great club. Starting date from newest to oldest. Head Cracker. Light Mace. Whenever the wielder of this +2 mithril light mace lands the first hit against a new target with it, the enemy has to pass a fortitude saving throw, DC 15, or become stunned for 1d3 rounds. Also, I now have butterflies, because I'm an Azata. I really need to sell a bunch of stuff. Oh. I also need to put Ivu front, kinda. Okay.
Let the duel commence.
This one's mine!
Gairen is stood in the doorway again. Ivu can't get through. Neither can Wendu.
No match for me. I'll rip you apart!
Uh-oh. That's charging me.
Go for their hearts!
Press the attack.
Disappear.
Go!
I do have rapid shot. Oh, I also forgot I have this. I've never used it. Someone Mastodon. Forgot I technically have a heal. Yeah, I remember. I need to give this to one of my many attackers. So, like, Regil or my 2 bow users. Don't even think I want to bring another mage. I kinda do. But if I do, I would have to leave one of these 2 at home. You don't want to leave either of them at home. Yeah, I normally end up with Lan, because I play good characters. I've played a truly evil run before, just to get the swarm that walks. I've never played a Lich, though. Oh, this is going to be highly annoying.
You can trust me.
Oh, these assholes.
I will see to your demise.
Hey, Ivu's in the middle. Baron, you have one use of this left. "41 hit points. Good God. Can you please disarm this trap before I walk on it accidentally? Thank you."
Careful now.
Something is not right here.
Yeah, there was loot and I hadn't taken it yet. Do the potions weigh anything? They do. That's going to be taking up a lot of weight, probably. You would think I would be able to interact with this. Yes, check succeeded. With your plus 20. Oh god, you almost failed. That's... no, you don't have it. Okay.
That's easy.
But yeah, if I have to leave someone at home between these two, I'd probably leave Wendowag. I like Arushale's story. It's different. Kinda. Citadel's command.
Precisely.
Yeah, I love the fact that its breath weapon recharges 1d4 rounds. Oh, I also wanted to check.
I always have the upper hand.
Is it ability? I can use it once per day by the looks of it. Don't know how many charges it has. It might last for 3 rounds.
So this is how it feels.
Oh, god damn it, Camellia. You what actually going to attack, or are you just gonna stand here and watch?
Precision and grace.
You have a use of this left. Heal, please. And I can't do the same. Unless I heal myself. Can I heal myself? No, I can't.
Retreat is not an option.
Why can't you move? There you
Kneel before me.
Rules are made to be broken.
Magritio Turino. Magritio Turino.
1 second, I just need to go AFK real quick and check something. Okay, everything's fine. Just heard some heavy thuds. Let's go. Thing is, I recognize what this place is. Just shears? Oh, a babao. This room looks a little cleaner than the rest of the fortress. It's probably the warden's bedroom. Dibs. You'd think there'd be more stuff in
Always
here
watch
for
your
me
back.
to loot. Oh, hello. Nura as well. This could be fun.
Let's run, sweetie. Let's go. Why are you so slow? They're almost here.
I'm not going anywhere.
Don't you feel it? She's got that damn rag with her. I can't teleport. She's going to kill us.
I hope so.
If she kills us, then so be it. But this is my city. And I will fight for it to the end. And you, my love, you will be with me to the end.
He just doesn't want to die, though.
This dwarf is a true knight, and that's why he is beyond saving. A demoness knows how to turn a person's good nature against itself. She did it deliberately, knowing that his sense of honor would be his downfall. I have also done this.
Who let this mangy rat out of its cage? You made her a member of your party. The succubus whore found a way to betray even the Abyss. And you believe she'll be loyal to you?
You're damn right I believe she will. You shut your mouth.
Manago, my jailer, my torturer. You think I mean to do them harm? That she will suffer if I stand at her side? If that were true, why then would you try so hard to persuade her to cast me out?
Hey, Manago, where are you going? I still haven't enjoyed... what was it you said? Yes, the sweetest spoils of victory. You won't deny me the opportunity to gloat once we crush you, will you?
This is why I do like Wenderwag to a certain degree. Her lines are just amazing.
Such tremendous animosity! I must admit, I'm impressed. There was a time when I tried my hand at holding grudges, even a vendetta or two, but fortunately for my enemies, I seem to lack the patience required to truly excel at the sport.
I kind of want him to come back. He's gone through hell for literally a lifetime for a human, but he's a dwarf, so he lives longer. I mean, it's awful the situation that he's been in because of her, partially because of him wanting to go back as well. Gonna do good.
The side of good? You mean Queen Galfrey's side? I've lost almost everything, but not my self-respect. If tyrants like her are good, then I surely belong in the Abyss.
Tell me, Staunton, why? Why do you fight on the side of the demons?
You have the audacity to ask me that? I fight on this side because the other side didn't give me a chance. Yes, I made a terrible mistake, and Drezen fell to the demons. The Queen should have had me hanged. I deserved it. But she found a far worse punishment for me. False mercy.
To be honest, the Queen could have overturned it after a few decades.
When she spared me that day, she said she wanted to give me a chance to make amends. And I believed her. For 70 years, I've crawled on my knees, shedding my blood for Mendev. Only been spat in the face for it. For 70 years, I watched generations of Crusaders grow old and die, never once changing their tune about Staunton the traitor. What else could I give for my mistake? What more punishment could I suffer? How could I ever deserve forgiveness? And one day, I realized there's nothing I can do. The Queen had doomed me to a lifetime of humiliation. And when I grew desperate, I only had two choices. To become my own executioner and carry out the sentence she rescinded that day, or go over to the other side.
Yes, but, I mean, come on, 70 years of being treated like trash by everyone when trying to make amends? That's a bit of a long time. He has a point. Hi Setis, how are you today? I hope you're well. And I believe it's a Wednesday.
Put yourself in my place. Imagine yourself in that position. What would you choose?
Are you getting tired fleeing from me, Minaga?
You have no idea how tired I am of you, mortal. But never mind. Today, we will finally be done with you. Right, Staunton? Right, sweetie?
What's that on your face?
That's not your concern, mortal!
The Master has punished her cruelly for her failure in Canabras. As you can see, the leaders of the demons are as patient with their slaves as the Crusaders are with their commanders.
Honestly, I'm just doing meh today. But, I'll be back to work tomorrow as well, so I'm getting in as much as I can during this stream, because Pathfinder takes a long time to play, especially how I play it.
Sweetie, why are you telling her this? What does it matter? What?
Quiet.
Staunton's voice holds no emotion whatsoever, except perhaps wariness. The word that fell from his lips barely echoes, but nonetheless the demon immediately falls silent. Hey Nura, shall we have some fun?
We sure will. We'll have so much fun that even the Abyss will feel the heat.
She's a psycho, and it's great that we've got her on our side.
What is this? What are you talking about, huh?
You'll know soon enough, Lady Minago.
It's time to decide the fate of Drezen. Watch me just die outright.
Right. No point in wasting time talking. To arms!
Staunton, darling.
You're gonna die.
Stop whining! Didn't you swear your eternal love to me? Promised we'd rule Drezen together? Now shut your lying mouth and fight! Whatever end fate has in store for me, you will share it! Ah!
So, what I'm going to do is use Instrument of Freedom and put it on Wenduag, I think. Plus 21 to hit. Yeah, I'm going to put it on Wenduag. She's going to hit like an absolute truck. I think she's also in range to do a full attack. So let's do that. Dayron. Sure, let's bless. I have a minus level.
I'll cut
So
you wide open!
Melia to her. she casting greater invisibility? Haha, you should see your face now. So you're gonna
I
put
will resist.
a Ruchele on there.
Killing is what I was made for.
The end.
You really need to cast this. There's one hit point and a dream.
There was a flaw in our tactics.
Where did you come from? There's a babao here. I can't target them. Ivu? Did you get killed as well? This could be unfortunate.
There was a flaw in our tactics.
Prepare yourself.
Assist me at once.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. I think someone just annihilated Minago. Everyone
Stubborn
suffered damage.
You want to die for a heap of rocks? Go ahead. I'm not staying here.
No, my dear. You are. You will either fight to the bitter end, or I'll break your delicate little neck myself. With these very hands.
He kinda sounds like... Oh, what's the actor's name? He played Faramir in Lord of the Rings. But he almost sounds like he also played the one-eyed guy that went back in 300. It reminds me of that voice that he was using at the very end.
Are you threatening me, my mortal toy? Me? And with what? With the power I gave you. You ungrateful beast! Give me back what's mine! Take him, he's yours, and Drezen too! I don't care about this fortress, or this half-wit.
Agnes stretches out her hand. A crimson spark flies out of Staunton's eyes and plants itself in her palm. Staunton freezes, stunned. He's silently moving his lips, which have turned grey in a flash, like a fish out of water. The demon turns to you, and then says that.
Oh, I grow so tired of you mortals. Your humdrum little passions, your constant squabbling, your incessant accusations and excuses. You treat each other like dirt. Push weaklings like these two into our arms. And then you have the audacity to accuse us. Come on, punish your traitors. I've seen this show countless times.
He's heard enough of me saying that, so I'm gonna say this. Where are you going? The fun is just starting. Plus, as an Azata, I should be kinda chaotic, because of the natural world it being chaotic.
Have fun with Staunton. You and he have similar ideas about what counts as entertainment. Take your filthy rag. Take your befouled ruins. You can make soup out of this moron for all I care. I've had enough war. We Lily two were created for tenderness and love. Stay away from me with your swords and shields.
He just runs and leaps.
So this is to be my fate? I've been betrayed by people and demons alike! Now my life really is worth nothing. But that doesn't mean you won't pay for it dearly. Come on, you scumbag! Kill me if you can! I don't care anymore!
Want to make things better for you. Screw that. Screw that.
You really do believe that, don't you? You really think that you can still change something? Somehow bring a cursed soul back to the light?
Yep.
I wish I could believe like you do, hope like you, but I know too well there is no hope. I've been dead for a long time. As a matter of fact, the torment of the last few years, I might as well have spent them in the abyss. The only thing you can do for me is finish me off. Let's get this over with. To arms.
Aww.
I will defend my dream.
Yeah, okay. You still have Instrument of Freedom on.
Desna, guide my hand.
Please do not
one's mine.
attack
The spirits demand your blood!
me.
I'll make short work of this.
What? What? Okay. She's fatigued. Really, at the time like this?
Out of my sight!
Make your peace.
He's probably just gonna wreck everything. There's Ivu. I think Ivu is underneath. Yeah. Actually, power attack. Why haven't I got that on you, Ivu? Speaking of which, don't you have power attack now? No. I need to get power attack on you. He straight up killed them this time. How much damage did he do to them? Okay. Killed 4 of them. Your character Camellia has died. The number of characters' hit points can go below 0. Yeah. To resurrect a dead character, find the spell or a spell scroll. Breath of Life can only be used within 2 rounds after death, raise dead, or resurrection, and use it. I'll go to a safe zone and find someone who can read it for you. Yeah. Well, half the party's dead. Technically more than half the party now.
Huh? What's that?
Quick save. I'm gonna have to resurrect them, so that's fine. Breathing heavily, Nora looks around the room as if she can't believe her eyes. Ah, alive. Ha! I'm alive. It can't be. She looks at you baffled. So what's next? For the first time, I have no plan. I felt the same way when I renounced the Abyss. I had a whole world at my feet, so big and strange, and no one to make me destroy it anymore. Nora rubs her eyes, looking between you and Arushale baffled. Who is this? A succubus on your side? Saying she renounced the Abyss? Ha! Well, if such a marvel has a place in your game, you must have something for me. Yeah, forget about the plans. What do you want? I betrayed both the mortals and the demons. What does it matter what I want if they won't let me live in either world? The thoughtful expression on Nera's face slowly turns into a smirk. On the other hand, you can be quite convincing, you know. Too bad they won't let me live to see the outcome of your big joke, but I can still play my own. Let me go, and a day will come, you'll see. Sure, because I don't think she can join my party. Or I don't think she would want to. Nora nods. Thank you, Commander. Thank you and farewell. You probably won't see me again. Not alive, anyhow. But you'll remember my name. I promise you that. Bye. Just wondering if maybe they hid her model down here. Doesn't look like it.
Shh.
Now where am I going? That's my own quarters. I guess I leave. There we
go. The commander of the crusade has managed to overthrow 70 years of demonic rule in Drezen and restored the Sword of Valor to its rightful place. Will the commander be able to defend the banner she has won with such a valiant effort?
Hopefully. Fortunately, a lot of my party are dead. Straight up, because I had no healing left. Really? You don't say. Taking a while to reload Drezen. Probably because there's going to be a lot of NPCs. 10 days have passed.
Urgent matters of state are awaiting my attention. My convoy will be departing for the capital within the hour. I'm afraid this is all the time I can spare you, so do please forgive me for skipping the lengthy and well-deserved congratulations. Drezen was taken quickly, even more quickly than I'd anticipated.
Yeah, it took me about 5 hours.
Every death is an irretrievable loss. But, considering the scale of our forces, the losses among our troops are tolerable. Morale is high among the Crusade forces that were entrusted to you. You handled the command superbly. I never doubted your personal ability to deal with the demons. I knew that you could become a living symbol for people to follow. That you have now displayed a decent head for tactics is a pleasant surprise. I believed in your success and prepared for this outcome after a fashion. I brought a reward to personally bestow upon my Knight Commander. But now, I think this reward is insufficient. So please, accept one more gift from me personally.
Hell yeah. Best not be proposing. Are we betrothed now? I'm just going to say thank you.
And thank you for what you have done for the Crusades. Now on to the main matter. The Sword of Valor has been returned to us. Touching it has awoken your power and changed the great relic beyond recognition. Many clerics are at a loss to interpret this unexpected turn. Is it an omen? Happenstance? A warning? Only one thing can be said for certain. Your power is astonishing and unlike anything ever seen before. Your power bears little resemblance to other manifestations of the Inheritor's will that I have been fortunate enough to witness. But who can fathom the god's designs? And Iomedae has many heavenly allies, and they helped us on several occasions throughout the Crusades. There, I have said all I wish to. Is there anything you wish to discuss with me before I depart?
Yeah, I'm just going to say Arilu turned up. There is something you should know. Arilu Vorlesh appeared before me in Drezen. She did not explain why she had come. She did. She says she was creating something.
The architect of the World Wound? Here? And she allowed you to simply dispose of Staunton Vane and claim the Sword of Valor? This is a very worrying development. Aurelia was more dangerous than a dozen Balors, and more cunning and deceitful than a score of succubi. In the 100 years of the Crusades, our forces have very rarely encountered her, but when we did, it always led to something terrifying. I think she has taken an interest in you and your power. It was to be expected, of course, and it worries me more than anything else. Sooner or later, we shall have to take a stand against Aurilu and deal with her once and for all. But I thought we would have time to prepare. Be careful. And if the architect reappears, treat her as you would a demon lord.
Do you know anything about the huge demon that we met at the gates? It was much stronger than the rest.
The Baylor Dorazand, one of Daskari's generals. He, Hep Zamira, and the Echo of Daskari are some of the most notable demons in the Abyssal Forces. You will soon learn these names. Dorazand has not been sighted by our scouts for a long time, and his appearance at Drezen was an unexpected development. But we must grow accustomed to surprises such as this. The ability to move at will through space is one of the demon's most unpleasant hallmarks. Fortunately, the Sword of Valor takes care of that problem for the areas around Drezen.
I've heard everything I need.
Very well. Then I shall take my leave. Irabeth will bring you up to speed on the situation in the city and surrounds, and together, you can decide on what next steps to take. Good luck, Commander. Remember, this is but the first step. The road ahead will be long and difficult.
So, funnily enough, I just noticed Ivu's alive. So that's going to make things cheaper. With a nod of farewell, the Queen strides off with precise military bearing.
Allow me also to congratulate you on your victory, Commander.
Well, do you want to face me then, when you say that?
We won the battle for Drezen, but this war is far from over. The demons know our true strength, so we must brace ourselves for a merciless counterattack. They will do everything they can to gain control of the city and destroy you personally, and all of us along with you. The only good news is that cultists make up more than half of their forces, so they will have to march the same roads as our fighters. If they were all demons, they could appear here instantaneously and lay siege to the city. Praise Iomade for small mercies. The main demon forces are moving out from the City of Eyes and the Threshold Fortress. Scouts are reporting that for now, we don't stand a chance of tearing through the defense and launching a counterattack. We can only gather our forces, rebuff their attacks, and wait for the right moment. Unfortunately, other hostile groups keep appearing out of nowhere. And on top of all that, Minago is still prowling around somewhere out there. Anevia is trying to find out where that Abyss scum has run off to. Maybe she's already got some leads.
Only gather our forces before venturing forth. It's all I could think. I know it's gather your party before venturing forth, but it made me giggle.
Luckily, we are not alone. Mendev is with us. Queen Galfrey has sent us the first reinforcements. They've just entered the city. Besides, news of your victory is spreading through Avestan. I'm sure that crowds of new volunteers will soon be pouring into Drezen, inspired by your feat. And that's very good news, because we're going to need troops. Here is a brief report about the main problems we're currently facing.
Irabeth shows you a sheet of paper with a list of 4 items. Demons with special powers, secret path, missing patrol, and dragon. What can you tell me about the demons with special powers? I also want dragon. Dragons are cool.
Remember that Nabasu that attacked our camp? He had powers that no ordinary demon should have. It is not the only demon of its kind. We keep receiving reports about similar monsters. All isolated cases for now. But it's possible that in the future, we will see entire squads, if not armies of them. We must find out where they're coming from. Find the source of their power and destroy it. If we don't, they will crush us before long. Even you can't defeat an entire army of such monsters.
A secret path? What are you talking about?
We can usually spot armies of demons in advance, as their hordes march along the Grey Road from Eyes or Threshold. But sometimes packs of them appear out of nowhere. They're managing to avoid our scouts somehow and sneaking into our territory. If we don't solve this problem, we cannot attack. The demons will just appear at our backs, block off the gorges and cut us off from Drezen. Anevia is trying to find out how the demons are getting into our territory, but she hasn't succeeded yet. Talk to her. She will tell you more about what she's doing.
There's a patrol missing?
Yes, it disappeared without a trace during a mission. We didn't even find any bodies. Maybe someone abducted them, or there's some natural threat in the area. And we can't rule out the possibility of desertion, either. The troop was patrolling the southern road out of the city. The last surviving settlements of Socorus lie in that direction. But after the siege of Drezen, contact with them was lost. Hardly any of the inhabitants survived once the demons invaded the area. That's where I started the search.
A dragon? What dragon?
As if we didn't have enough problems with demons already. Now there's a wild dragon in the vicinity. Luckily, it's not part of the demon army. If the demons had a dragon on their side, it could pose a serious threat. But there's very little food in the World Wound, and the dragon doesn't seem to have a taste for demons and cultists. She keeps attacking small squads of crusaders, picking off those who fall behind, ravaging supply trains. The dragon's been sighted frequently in the sky, but we don't know exactly where her lair is. We have someone to help with this, though. Do you remember the dwarf who bravely attacked the Baylor in front of the Citadel during the siege? He is back in the city, and he doesn't mind hunting this dragon, apparently. Go talk to him in the tavern. We might be able to help each other.
Is that all for now?
There is one more thing. As you know, there is a vast dungeon under Drezen. It's empty now. None of those imprisoned by the demons survived, and we don't have any new prisoners. We've temporarily placed the body of Staunton Vane in the dungeon. You slew him. What are your orders regarding his body? Anevia thinks we should burn it quietly and forget about it. Some want to see his corpse displayed in the square, but I don't think we should behave like demons and barbarians. He may have been our enemy, but he deserved to be buried as a knight. However, the decision is yours, of course.
Resurrect him and add him to my party. I'm gonna bury him as a knight. He suffered more than most people in this game. Hell, even his so-called allies in the demons made him suffer.
Right you are, Commander. Commander. That day during the battle, No. My apologies. That is all, Commander. Thank you for your time.
Talk to me, goddammit, if there's a problem. Why can't people just talk? Don't understand these cities that mortals love so much. Stone, stone, and more stone. All the doors are so close to the ground, and they're all the same shape. Why don't they ever put a door on the top floor and slide down to the ground instead? And why do they even want to go outside if it's no fun out there? If someone built a fountain full of jam, say, I'd understand. The voice from over your shoulder, the sudden voice from over your shoulder drops to an excited whisper. Or a chocolate tree. so people could break off a branch to munch on it as they pass by. I've started hearing voices, that's not a good sign. Huh? Who's speaking? You hear a cheery snort, then a tiny female dragon, an evident jam fountain enthusiast emerges from behind you. Those aren't voices, it's me. I'm a really lovely dragon and your friend. The fact that you're called a havoc dragon. Well now, cute little dragon, if that's true, why did you only start speaking just now? Maybe I was a little shy. After all, we don't know each other. I had to take a look around and get used to things. Everything about the material plane is so weird and grey and stony, especially Drezen. What's your name, dragon? Ivu, because I'm little. In my family, our names get longer as we get bigger and older. Just imagine how funny it would be otherwise. Imagine being a 5-year-old dragon barely hatched, but they already call you Reslarabren or Ilthliak or something like that. The little dragon snorts and you conclude that this is her way of laughing. So cute! So where did you come from? What do you mean, where did I come from? I flew all the way here to you. Well, I moved between the planes a tiny little bit and then I flew the rest of the way to you. You've always wanted to have a dragon of your very own, haven't you? Yes. Wouldn't you want... Who wouldn't want their own dragon companion? Yes, if I ever meet someone who doesn't want to have a dragon of their very own, I'll make sure to keep my distance from them. They clearly have a few screws loose. That's what I'm saying, the little dragon nods knowingly. So you don't like Drezen much then? It's not that I don't like it, you can have fun here too, but I liked my home in Elysium more. The little dragon frowns comically. That makes sense, though. After all, we're fighting the demons, and they make everything around them dull and nasty. But you're going to stop them soon, right? Oh, speaking of demons and fighting, you really need to head out to this beautiful ridge outside Drezen as fast as you can. Your friends are waiting for you there. There's something urgent and important they need to tell you. Commander's Court has been revealed. What friends? They're so nice, they were really happy to see me. They really want to see you too. I only flew past them the once, so I don't know much, but it must be important. Wonder what's waiting for me this time. Something really fun, you'll see. Ivu's amazing. I also leveled up again. Vicinity in the Sword of Valor grants the commander fast healing equal to twice their mythic rank. I also have no abilities back just yet, so I can't see. I have a bunch of mythic ranks for people. Some dead people. Sorry.
That's easy.
Have to check for loot. I always have to check for loot. People may have moved in and given me loot. Can't even enter that door. I can't believe I leveled up again so quickly. I'm gonna resurrect people and then I'll level them up. Oh, that's why I couldn't see the bar. I have 3 uses of it, or 3 rounds of it, probably. So it's probably equal to my mythic rank. I just realised why I couldn't see my bar. Okay. I really need to sell a bunch of crap. Dex and Con. Okay, what is that? Wisdom. Bring your protection +4. This is going on Regil. And he's getting the Cloak of Resistance. Actually, no. Camellia can have the Cloak of Resistance +3. That is a +2. Bayron needs a +3. Jellyfish, natural armor +3. You can't wear that, so you can use it. I'm going to give myself the +2 because they keep attacking me. Soul Shear. I think this is what I got from Staunton. Oh, that's where the demons were. Probably why I couldn't kill it. Depending on the hit dice of the killed enemy, the summoned demon could be a Babao, a Marilith, or a Baelor. This weapon cannot be wielded by lawful good characters. It's fun because it means that you can wield it. Okay. He's still under the weight limit, that's fine. Carapace. Whenever an enemy lands a melee hit on the wearer of this +2 mithril full plate mail, the attacker has to pass a reflex saving throw DC 18 or suffer 1d3 damage to strength. If the attacker passes the saving throw, they suffer 1d3 piercing damage instead. Oh, that is awesome. His AC is going to go through the roof, kinda. He has 0 dex right now because he's dead. So I'm actually going to save that because I want to see the difference. But I think he'll get +2 from it and then the armor check penalty. So his AC will go +2 higher than what it normally is because of his dex. And the armor check penalty won't matter anymore. Blacksmith, exotic weapons provider, Wilsagan, jewelry trader, arcane weaver. I'm sure the storyteller reappears as well, I think. August, One-Eyed Devil. I could have sworn the storyteller was around here somewhere. Maybe I have to rescue him.
Precisely.
Loot, you say? There he is. Are you going to manage the fortress now? No way, Commander. The quartermaster throws up his hands. Not in a million years. I can manage an expedition just fine, but running a fortress is a different kettle of fish. That's enough work to make a man's head explode, which is why they sent us an expert from Nerosian. Her name is Dorj Linda Stranglehold. I've seen how she handles things. She knows what she's about. That one, Iomade, bless her. She'll be managing the fortress, and I'll keep taking care of the soldiers, just like I've been doing. Good. Sell a bunch of crap. The rest is magical, except... Oh, you are magical, but I don't want you. Deal. Are you selling me anything new? Oh, good God, you are. This ammunition hits the first enemy as well as 2 additional enemies, each of which must be within 15 feet of the primary target. Deals additional 1d6 points of holy damage. Okay. That's a lot. He still has that. Good. Mithril chain shirt +3. Okay. I think I sold that to him. Giant strength, I may want that for someone. Bag of holding. 25 grand? Yes. Always give me bag of holding. £200. Awesome. Awesome. Right, I need to go to, I think, Arsino? House, Citadel, Jewelry Trader, Arcane Weaver. Probably should be following my character.
How's a price?
For any loot that I walk past. Yeah, I sounded like Staunton. Oh, that's the corruption thing. Okay. I also think oh, Ivory is here. Good. A woman in gold-embroidered cleric's robes greets you with a polite bow. Her eyes, the colour of molten gold, gleam brightly in her dusky face. Greetings, Commander. My name is Arsino. I am a messenger from the Temple of Abadar in Absalom, and I came here assuming the defenders of the fortress could use the services of a cleric. Perhaps you have heard about the wound that sometimes opens in my chest. Are you familiar with this kind of ailment? Arsino quickly probes you with the skill of an experienced healer. So the wound was right here, and then it disappeared and reappeared. Amazing! No, this is the first time I've ever heard of such magic. What do you think it might be? I think it is some kind of demonic corruption, or particles of chaos from the abyss have entered through the wound into your body and made it so unstable. It sounds quite interesting, incidentally. Judging from the records of researchers of the abyss, stranger things have happened in this cursed place. What, can you give me some advice on how to heal it? I am sure that you have already used the putrefaction and chaos warding spells, and for obvious reasons you do not have the option of leaving the campaign and going on a long pilgrimage to various shrines. Since that's the case, keep a diary. Make careful and systematic entries about your well-being. If it gets worse, record the circumstances under which it happens. I'm afraid this is the only advice I can offer right now. I want you to try to heal me. I'm sorry, but I do not have the right to do that. A healer who makes a blind attempt to heal a patient who is not on the verge of death is an irresponsible fool. You do not seem to be dying, so we will not take any unnecessary risks. Thank you, it all makes sense to me now. Really. Could use the help of a cleric. That is precisely why I'm here. I need 6k. It's going to cost me 18k. You have 198. Actually, do I have any of them? Bed. Don't think I do. Raise. No, I don't. Ooh, actually. I wonder. Oh no, I probably need it anyway. Screw it, I'll spend 18k. Whenever this +1 light crossbow confirms a critical hit, it deals... Oh, wrong one. This is +2 quarterstaff, grants the wielder ability to cast the Burning Arc spell at will as a 5th level wizard. It'd be good on Ember. Just have her casting that. Price descending. Pyromania. Whenever the wearer of this ring deals fire damage through a spell, they deal additional 1d6 plus 5 fire damage. They also get a +2 bonus to caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. That's what I need on Ember. Whenever two creatures wearing different halves of this pendant are within 10 feet distance to each other, each gets a +2 circumstance bonus on attack rolls and a +2 circumstance bonus to AC. Battle Mage's Headband. This headband of intelligence +2 also grants its wearer a +2 enhancement bonus to charisma score. In addition, whenever the wearer of this headband lands a killing blow with a melee weapon, their next spell becomes empowered as though using the Empower spell feat. Okay. Mental Might, Intelligence and Wisdom, Wisdom and Charisma, and Intelligence and Charisma. Okay. I'm only going to buy these, but I'm just seeing what else they have. Deal. Okay. Never actually done this. Let's put that away. Where did you go? Ooh, what are you? This shirt grants its wearer immunity to nauseated condition and a +3 bonus on saving throws against acid. Sure. Couldn't find it. How exactly do I use this? When I can't target them. I guess I need to... Services do you provide? To use a scroll while you're on the move, yeah, yada yada yada. Wow. Newest. There we go. And then I want to put that back. Which one was it? Ascending. That. Okay. Funnily enough, I've never had to raise dead while in town. That's why I'm like, what do I do? Where have you gone? And they're all back and alive. And now I need to do level up. Okay, this is going to take a little while, I think. Save game. Pre-level 10. This incense synthesizer. Okay. Ooh, holy bombs. Might do force bombs actually. You can choose to have it deal with good divine damage. Evil creatures that take a direct hit from a holy bomb. Oh, it's direct hit. %5 chance that the critical hit or sneak attack is negated and damage is instead rolled normally. What does mummification do? Immune to cold, paralysis, and sleep. Might take blinding bombs actually, or choking bombs maybe. Problem is you just take a direct hit. This does something on the splash. Tanglefoot bombs could be good as well. I'm going to take blinding bombs. Breath weapon could be great as well. I'll take blinding bomb and guess I'll take cure critical wounds. Maybe to have an extra healer. Although greater invisibility would be good. Just because of the amount of times they hit me. And I'm immune to poison now. Fine. Actually, forget that. I'm just going to do my main party. I think after I've leveled them up, I'm probably going to end stream. Because I've been going for 6 hours. Fighter. Perception. Athletics. Okay. What was I going to take on you? I'm making a melee attack. Yeah, so that's useless. Kinda. I'm gonna go for improved crit. I think. Longbow. Longbow. A Rougelet. Perception, persuasion, and mobility. You have like our highest mobility unless Woljif comes back. That's a point. I think I'm not gonna have Camellia in my main party. I'm gonna have Regil, Woljif, Dayron. Probably gonna take Ember over Nenio. And then a Rougelet. Skill focus? Oh, archery. Improved precise shot sounds great. But also improved crit sounds great. I get favored enemy and then combat style feat. Your ranged attacks ignore the mischance granted to targets by anything less than total concealment. So it's just a normal concealment, not total. Okay, favored enemies, demons of magic, humans. Oh yeah, because she's succubus. I think I'm just going to take more demon stuff. Martial weapons. A bow can be an incubus. Baylor, Nalfishnate, and Vivacia. Wait, do I get to change it? Demons of magic. Demons of magic. I can't take it again. First level ranger selects, yeah, it's +2 bonus. 5th level and every 5 levels thereafter, the ranger may select an additional favoured enemy. In addition, at each such interval, the bonus against any one favoured enemy, including the one just selected if so desired, increases by +2. If the ranger chooses humanoids or outsiders as favoured enemy, he must also choose an associated subtype. I'm going to take the Demons of Slaughter. And then that one I can continue on, I think. Oh, I can choose one of them. So I'm going to take probably Demons of Magic. A bit confusing that I have 2 of them. Three Demons of Magic. Okay, so I need to remember that she can annihilate demons of magic. I also want to check. 19 to 20. When do I? 19 to 20. You have a wicked. You have keen. This is kind of useless now, I think. Yeah, doubles the threat range of a weapon. This benefit doesn't stack with any other effects that expand the threat range of a weapon. Threat range is the critical. Oh, I also wanted to check this. He has 20. He's still got minus dex. Helpless. You're helpless as well. You're not though. Neither are you. Is it because you leveled up? Maybe. Let's level up Darren. Oracle. Persuasion, perception, and one more use magic device. Breath of life, I think, is what I need. The cure wounds, cure light wounds mass is pretty amazing for him. I'm going to take Breath of Life, and then if I get another one, I'm probably going to take Raised Dead on him. He's still classed as helpless. Oh, it was Camellia. You're helpless as well. Okay, so all my dead people are classed as helpless. I can't see how much this will change just yet. Inspired Wisdom. That'll help her perception, which is already incredibly high. She has a check penalty for stealth and mobility. Okay, well, I'll leave that. Regil. I'm going to take him to full Hell Knight, I think. So I can't take him with these now. And he already has 1 level in Hell Knight when you first get him. So let's continue with it. Persuasion, perception. He gets nothing. Okay. Melia, Spirit Hunter. I need to work on your persuasion. Need to get it to level 6. I think. I want your trickery to keep going up. I'll slowly start working on that, maybe. You get a hex. secret. I may just get this just to make it easier. Wasn't sure. Can't remember what I gave her for a mythic. Enduring spells. Okay. So it needs to... Right. I'm going to get greater enduring spells here, or maybe even here. Do this again. Trickery. I'm going to do persuasion. She's eventually going to need it. +2 deflection bonus to AC and +2 resistance bonus. Cannot use it on herself. It means I can... So it just lasts. So I could put this on Regil. In all honesty. It's either that or getting healing, because that's just free healing on everybody once per day. And it's based on the caster level. I'm gonna take Ward. Actually, it's a deflection bonus. Yeah, screw it. And I think that's everybody in my main party except for Ember. What do I have for you? Ascendant element, miss and spell penetration. I think it's just going to be enduring spells. Yeah, I'm just going to do enduring spells for her, which will make heroism last for 24 hours for her. She's awesome. And then I still need to level her up. Persuasion, use my device. Perception. +1 bonus on caster level checks to overcome spell resistance. Getting her all the spell resistance stuff. So. But I kind of need to do this, I think. Because she gets a bunch of free spells that are fire-based, like that. This one, she should have more of them right now. Yay. Oh, screw it. I think that'll be fine. There's nothing that I really would want except for hold person, but it only works on people, I think. Well, one enemy creature within medium range. Take hold person, screw it. Remove disease I'm going to take, because Darren didn't have it. Amplification other than Ice Storm. Damage only happens once. The damage only happens once. Oh, I should probably take Death Ward. Sure. Oh, I have 2 levels for her. Okay. Delicious Fright. The target of this hex becomes shaken for a number of rounds equal to 3 plus the witch's intelligence modifier. As long as the witch remains within 30 feet of her target, she gains a +1 morale bonus on attack rolls and a +1 morale bonus on saving throws as long as this effect persists. Okay. Frost. The target is rimed with a shell of frost needles that slowly work their way into its flesh. Ooh. The target turns pale and blue and takes 1 point of constitution damage per minute until it dies, saves once per minute, or is cured. Okay. Major healing. Target gains fast healing 5 for a number of rounds equal to half the witch's class level, or it heals up to 4 hit points of ability score damage from 2 ability scores. Oh, that's awesome. So is that. Ooh, she has some amazing things to choose from. What's agony? 60 feet, causing them to suffer intense pain, nauseated. Okay. Leopard. Can use her magic to grant her allies ferocious animal abilities, which can partially transform a willing ally, granting him natural attacks for a number of minutes equal to the witch's level. Choose one. The creature gains 1 bite attack that deals 1d8 points of damage, or the creature gains 2 claw attacks that deal... Okay, these attacks follow the standard rules. I could give Jill a bite attack. I think I'm going to take Regenerative Sinew, though. It's just helping get health or ability score damage. Baleful Polymorph. You change the subject into a dog. It can't attack. Its intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores drop to 1. And it loses any ability it had to cast spells or use spell-like abilities. Its movement speed is increased by 10 feet, though. Okay. It gets a lot of conjuration and enchantment. Feeble mind, dominate person. Make a ranged touch attack. Subject takes 1d4 points of dexterity and strength damage per 3 caster levels you possess. Successful fortitude save halves the damage. Yeah, I'm taking that. Could get you cure wounds and stuff, but no, I'm taking this. Fine, I'll level up a sealer. Persuasion, perception, use magic device. Gonna take Dazzling Display, she has power attack. Because then Dreadful Carnage. What's that? Oh, Mercy. Anyway. Cursed is pretty good to get rid of, as is Nauseated. I do Cursed. I'm not going to use her anyway, but she's a paladin, it sort of matches. Oh, that was easy level up. What do I give her for this, though? Could give her abundant casting. Last Stand might be good to take on a tank for me, since I just lost 3 people. Technically 4, but Ivu just didn't care about dying. Although Thundering Blows is good. And Unrelenting Assault. Yeah, Thundering Blows, why not? Social, Cleric, Perception, guess Persuasion, why not? Use Magic Device. Oh, I could get him Power. Ooh. That would be why I want Persuasion on him. Dazzling Display as well. That could be funny. Yeah, sure, let's do Power Attack on him. Because he can get into range for it. He also has decent Persuasion. Oh, never mind, I still need to do this. He has Abundant Casting. I think I was going to get him Improved Abundant Casting. Oh, wait. He has greater enduring spells. Take that. Nenia. Scroll Savant. Perception. Use Magic Device. Fine, let's do that. Spell Focus. He has Illusion. Okay. Did I give you Spell Pen yet? Spell Pen, Greater Spell Pen. Spells. Ooh, Spell Specialization. Guess I'll take Phantasmal Killer for now. Ah, I guess she's not high enough level to cast that. I'm like, why is that available? Shadow Evocation could be good as well. Have a quick look. Spell Specialization. Let's have a look. Shadow Evocation, but I don't have that anywhere. Oh, so I can learn it here. That's why I couldn't learn it. Let's take Phantasmal Web as well. She has DC 26 right now, which is awesome. Next. Education. And now she gets other things. Don't think I can target Ivu with this, because he's not an animal, he's a dragon. I like the idea of mind fog. Although Hungry Pit is a good one. Let's take Fire Snake as well. Finally, Spell Focus, Mythic, Illusion. Can't do Ascendant Element for Phantasmal Killer, I don't think, or Shadow Evocation. Let me have a quick look. Spellbook. Shadow Evocation, Shadow Evocation. What do you do? You tap energy from the plane of shadow to cast a quasi-real illusory version of a fireball, lightning bolt, shout, volcanic storm, or ice storm spell. Spells that deal damage have normal effects unless an affected creature succeeds at a will save. Each disbelieving creature takes only 1/5 damage from the attack, regardless of the result of the save to disbelieve. An affected creature is also allowed any save or spell resistance that the spell being simulated allows, but the save DC is set according to Shadow Evocation's level 5th rather than the spell's normal level. So does that mean it will deal fire damage if it's a fireball, the Shadow Evocation? That's what I'm wondering. But I might just get her abundant casting so she can cast more eventually. Okay, and then I'm going to hard save, quick save. So I think that's everybody done. Yeah, except for healing them. And I think I'm going to call it there, because I've been going for 6.5 hours. So I will find someone to raid. Who to raid? Yeah, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Oh, well, let's raid Maya. I met Maya when I went to WASD. He's a voice actor. And he's playing Star Citizen. So yeah, it's a bit of a difference from Pathfinder. Yeah, thank you for being here. I'll be back tomorrow with more Pathfinder, but only for up to 4 hours because I'm back to work. And then Friday, I'll be playing Raft, and Saturday as well. Sunday and Monday, I'm doing Planet Zoo for Paint Chipped. Channel Point Redemption that she made. Then I need to find out when I'm going to play Stray because of LeFay. So yeah, thank you all for being here. I hope to see you tomorrow for more Pathfinder. Bye.